Hello, bankers. A very good evening to all of you. Welcome back. Welcome to another session. I hope I'm clearly audible and visible to all of you. So, quickly join in so that we can start our today's discussion. All right. So, here in this particular session, we are going to discuss our module C. Today's discussion is all about your ABM module C. So we have already done with module A and B. Now we will be targeting module C in our today's session. All right. So everyone, Durgesh sir, Srikant sir, Ramaji sir, very good evening to all of you guys. कैसे हैं सब लोग? All good? So when it comes to module C, so it include areas like we have credit management, right? So credit management, these are the areas which are part of our discussion itself, right? So this is basically this is a complete flow of your credit and credit related areas. It start with the overview of credit management, then analysis of financial statement, very important one. Then it is like we provide two type of finance. One is working capital, another one is term loan and project appraisals. The third one is आपका credit delivery and straight through processing, the mechanism which we use for the like automation of loan and others. Then we have after the dispersal of the loan itself. The next one is credit control and monitoring. So this unit is all about LRM, loan review management, right? Then we have risk management and credit ratings, the another one. Then finally, this is area of restructuring related to default areas and all. Then आपका resolution of stress asset under the IBC code 2016. IBC and IBC code 2016, which is generally part of this particular one, right? Um, from tomorrow start 7:30 is like a bit late, huh? Srikant sir, you were like earlier telling me start at 6 o'clock. If we will start 7:30 na, it will go आपका beyond 12. So I do not want like that kind of things, right? So what is the issue with 7 o'clock? I guess 7 o'clock is fine, right? For few days after, tell your branch manager and other people also, please adjust for 1 week at least. Right? Chalo. So now, when it comes to your overall credit management, these are the areas which is generally part of our today's discussion. So now, first unit, let's start the discussion without any further delay. So we have overview of credit management. This is all about the introduction of the entire module itself. So here we have areas, importance of credit, very basic one, historical, principle of credit. Many times we'll see this particular part for half marks or 1 marks. Then we have type of borrowers, the different set of like individual or the corporate or HUF, LLPs, partnership firm and others. Type of credit, fund based and आपका non fund based classification, that is something which generally part of this one. Component of credit management and role of RBI guidelines and others. So these are the areas in this particular one. So we will be starting with the very first area or the most important one or the very basic one, that is your type of credit. So when it comes to type of credit, we have two type of credit. One is your like when it comes to the areas. So when it comes to the core areas, we have fund based and fee based. So non-fund based, mostly they are fee and commission based, but they are mostly contingent in nature. Their recurrence is like depend on the future events. So here, when it comes to fund based credit, core mechanism is actual or immediate transfer of money from the bank to the borrowers, like working capital loan or your term loan and crop loan and others. Very simple one. Non-fund based, आपका when it comes to this particular one, no immediate transfer of money. Commitment by the bank on behalf of the client, like letter of credit, or we have bank guarantee, co-acceptance of bill, or forward contract and derivatives. They generally comes under this particular one. Okay? Srikant sir, just manage for this week. Because see, if we'll start at 7 o'clock now, I just want to finish these two modules within 2 days, so that next 2 days we can work around the other areas also, right? Yes, everyone. Then when it comes to the component, so the areas which we have to remember, the component of credit management, loan policy of the bank. So each bank create their own loan policy, and all credit decision must follow that particular loan policy. So the policy is influenced by market condition, competitors, and the bank SWOT analysis and the RBI guideline itself. So one is something like we have our own policy that when we are creating that particular policy, that is generally driven by many factors, right? So here we have limit on exposure to the single borrowers and group borrowers, sector wise exposures to eliminate any sort of concentration in others. Then we have delegation of power for approving loan at different level, including authority for the overdraft and ad hoc limits and others, which generally comes under this one. So the major component under our credit management life cycle is, this is something what we will be studying the entire module. First one is loan policy. So when it comes to loan policy, formulated based on the market conditions, आपका SWOT analysis, RBI guidelines and all. Then appraisal, the another point आपका, where customers start interacting with the bankers, right? So we do their KYC, CDD and all these particular things. Appraisal is something where we are making the loaning decision आपका, right? Assess the trustworthiness, project viability, loan amount convinced, collaterals. It relies on the financial track records and techno-economic feasibility and market report about the specific company itself, right? So now then we have delivery system where we finally disperse the amount. So legal execution, documentation and others which are generally part of this, creation of charge over the security plus hypothecation, lien, assignment and others, and the other areas. Then aapka control and monitoring once we have dispersed the amount. So we keep checking that particular one ke funds are used for the same purpose, or any downgrade risk is there or not, ensuring end use of funds, timely intervention for the unforeseen difficulties, and safeguarding against the delayed recovery. Then we have risk management policies to identify, measure, control credit risk within the acceptable limit. Recovery and rectification are the last one, right? So when it comes to this one, addressing the genuine versus willful defaulters through the account of restructuring and the other areas, right? Oh, okay. ठीक है, we'll do something for this, huh? चलो. So now, apart from this, we have a role of RBI guidelines in bank and credit management. So RBI guidelines strongly influence the bank credit management, and APA compliances is essential for this particular one. So the areas which we generally cover in this particular one, so that include the areas like end use of funds. We are making sure that there is no chiffoning and diversion of funds. Bank must ensure that loan funds are used only for their intended purpose and monitor the funds. Diversion of funds using working capital for fixed loan and others are not allowed in this case. So monitoring methods, which include how we generally monitor these particular one, reviewing the borrower's progress report and financial statement, regular visit and inspection of securities, checking borrower's book of accounts, conducting stock analysis, and obtaining borrower's certificate of confirming proper uses of funds itself. So that generally comes under this particular one. Okay? So RBI large exposure framework also, this is again bit important. Okay? So large exposure definition, the sum of all exposure values to the counterparty or a connected group equal or above than 10% of the bank tier 1 capital. So this is something which is linked with the tier 1 capital. Individual threshold आपका for NBFCs, non-NBFC, sorry, ठीक है, capped at 20% of tier 1 capital. Exceptional allowances plus 5% with bank board approvals. Group threshold आपका 25% tier 1 capital of the bank. Then when it comes to NBFC exposures, it is restricted to 20% of single NBFC and 25% of group of connected NBFCs and others, right? So these are some areas, the exposure guidelines to. So basically the major idea behind this particular one is to avoid any sort of concentration risk involved in that particular business itself, right? So end use monitoring, that is the core. Strict prohibition of diversion of funds. Mechanism is आपका meaningful scrutiny of the progress, regular visit, and this fair practices code, that is the another part here. So mandatory disclosure of all in cost, inclusive of all processing sanction charges in the transparent manners which we are charging from the customers. Transparent policies on prepayment options, penal charges, and interest reset clauses, that also must be disclosed. Absolute prohibition of discrimination based on sex, caste, and religion. Prevention of harassment during the recovery process and all, right? So these are generally areas under this particular one. Okay. So now one another part here, core आपका, this get asked many times for half marks. Please do remember this one, half marks or 1 marks. This can give you in your upcoming examination, right? So when it comes to the overall principle, so principle of landing or principle of credit. So as per your book itself, we have 6 principles. So we have make sure ki there is a safety of funds, ensuring the borrowers has capacity and willingness to repay. Purpose is आपका, it is productive, legally combined, means for the bona fide activities. Profitability, we have to account the profitability whenever we are going for loan, means the interest rate we are charging, or आपका ROI on the asset itself. We should consider the liquidity, security आपका, the plan B in case of default, and the risk spread. So avoiding the concentration risk by diversifying the credit portfolio across the various sectors, geography, and borrowers profile. So these are the 6 core principles which we have to consider आपका in case of lending. The next one, we have type of borrowers. So we have individual and families, firm and partners, cooperative entities, trust and societies, and government and statutory institution and others. They generally comes under this one. Apart from this, there are some RBI mandate also that is related to priority sector. So that is just, they have given a basic introduction around that particular one. So these are the 8 areas, the core sector of Indian economy, which are considered as priority sector for the overall development of for the overall development of the economy itself. Though that is something, we have some rules for these particular one. Rules like normal bank, they have to lend आपका normal commercial bank 40% of their A and B, C and Co, whichever is higher, आपका 40% of this to these particular areas. Sub norms are basically agriculture 18%, and आपका MSCs 7.5%, and weaker section 12%. When it comes to RRBs, it is आपका 75%. Please, this is the one. Agriculture, this MSC, and this is आपका 15%. When it comes to small finance bank and urban cooperative bank, it is now 60% from last financial year, and the remaining rule are same. Foreign bank less than 20 branches, they have to invest 40% in this particular business. One introduction is around the MSC also, MSMEs also. So the new definition for MSME, please do consider this. So now when it comes to your micro enterprises, invest, earlier there was a 2 type of, like for service industry there was a different, and for manufacturing there was a different, but now we have a same definition. So it is 2.5 crores of investment, or आपका if their turnover is 10 crore or less than that. So in that particular case, the company will be categorized as आपका micro enterprise. Small enterprises आपका 25 crore of investment less than equal to this, and आपका 100 crore of investment. And the third one is your medium enterprise 125 crores, or the turnover should be less than equal to 500 crores. That is the another part आपका, right? So these are the areas which we have to remember. One area of discussion is around MCLR versus EBLR. So this is, I guess, bit easy for everyone. So when it comes to MCLR, so the component was marginal cost of fund, negative carry on CRR, operating cost, and tenure premium. So internal formula, bank used to often relies on the delivery executive transmission of monetary policy. So now when it comes to publishing, so it is 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, and 1 years. EBLR, which is आपका external benchmark, which is linked with the indices. So it is आपका applicable to mandatory for all new floating rate आपका retail and personal loan and MSME loan. Validity आपका valid external benchmark like FPIL 3 months, Treasury bill 6 months, and other FPIL benchmark. Spread आपका, which is the difference between like let's say if it is linked with the repo rate. So let's say it is repo plus 1.75%. So this spread will remain same. The rate will change according to change in indices itself. That is your repo rate and others, right? Next one, the final one, we have आपका non-performing asset SMAs. तो NPA or the different type of asset. तो we have stand आपका service special mention accounts. तो for term loan we have 3 categories: SMA 0, day 1 to 30th, आपका on the due date if they default first 30 days, then 31 to 60 days, 91 to 61 to 90 days. In case of cash credit and overdraft, SMA 1 and 2 we do not have 0, 31 to 60 days, and आपका 61 to 90 days is the another one, right? So then when it comes to NPA classification, so we have your substandard asset, which is substandard, doubtful, and loss asset. 3 categories. Doubtful are further categorized among 3 part: doubtful 1, 2, and 3. So substandard asset आपका in case of secured portion, it will attract provision of 15%, unsecured portion 25%. A doubtful asset, when it comes to 1, to secured portion 25, unsecured 100%, doubtful 2, unsecured 100%, secured 40%, doubtful 3, 100%. When it comes to loss asset, it should be written off from the balance sheet. But if we are keeping that particular one, that like we have to create a 100% provisioning for that particular one, right? So the areas, the different areas and their provisioning itself. Apart from this, when it comes to standard asset, so for standard asset we have provisioning norm for standard asset. Provision on standard asset are not removed from the arriving at net non-performing asset, must be shown separately at contingent provision against the standard asset, which include agriculture and MSC 0.25%, CRE commercial real estate 1%, then we have residential housing 0.75, housing loan extended on teaser rate 2% initially, after 1 year it is 0.40, restructure advances 5%. When it comes to all others which are not part of this one, they will be categorized as a आपका 0.40%. So that is something which is all about your areas in this. Fair practices which we have already discussed, right? Now, so this is the core areas which are part from your module C unit 1, unit 17. Now let's practice the question. I hope you guys going through the PDF also. So yesterday also, yesterday's PDF I have already updated on the course. So please do watch those particular one. And if you get with any doubt and others, so you can ping me on application or WhatsApp. So I'll try to help you out in that particular case, right? Now we have left with 1 week only. So we'll try our best. Aapka. Now I'll suggest focus around these particular things. So total provision आपका in case of bank. Come on, everyone, guys. Where are others today? You can see this one, right? The first one is standards आपका unsecured exposure. Standard unsecured means आपका 25%, your 25%, right? So basically 25% of your 240 crores. So that is the one value is here. Account A. Account B, when it comes to doubtful more than 3 years. Doubtful more than 3 years. So outstanding is 300 lakh and realizable security, secured portion is आपका how much? 120. So it is more than 3 years. It already have entered into 100% provisioning. So what will be your provisioning for this one? 300 lakh only, right? So here it will be 300 lakh only because it is more than 3 years. So for secured and unsecured both the portion we have to create 100%. Case 3 आपका C, when it comes to this, doubtful for 2 years, 1 to 3, and outstanding amount is 180. Here realizable security is this. So when it comes to realizable security, 100 lakh means 80 lakh upfront आपका 80 lakh 100%, right? Plus we have आपका 80 lakhs, then we have 80 lakh का the another one is we have 80 का 80 का आपका C is basically down scale, ठीक है. So 80 100 lakh and secured portion is your how much? 100 का 40%, 100 का 40% plus this, so it will be 40 lakh. The third case is आपका D, standard asset minus CRE exposure. ठीक है, standard asset it is for CRE exposure. तो it is CRE exposure will attract आपका 0.40. So it is आपका outstanding is 5,000. 5,000 का CRE exposure was how much? 1%, right? Sorry, it is CRE is 1%, right? So 1% of this is equal to 50 lakh, right? Please do correct me if I do some wrong आपका calculation. 50 lakh. Then आपका when it comes to standard asset unhedged आपका forex exposure, outstanding is 4,000 lakh, and your unhedged position which will attract आपका other category, so 0.40, and a loss given probability is again how much? 40. So 0.40 plus 0.40 other category आपका, right? So it is 0.80. तो 0.80 of आपका 0.80 of 4,000, 32. It will be 32 lakh, right? So it will be आपका 32 lakh. Now first one is 240 का 25% is 240 into 0.25. It is 60 lakh, right? 60 lakh. So 60, 3 lakh 60, 3 lakh 60 plus 120, it is 460, 480, 480 plus 50, it is 530, 560, 562. Sorry, 662. 662, no, 562, right? 562 means आपका option B should be right answer for this particular one. Correct? Hai? Very good. Well done, guys. So what will be your correct answer? 562 should be right answer for this particular one. So this is something, there are rare chances, but they have included, this is part of your curriculum. Mostly you can expect question or case study around this particular one in your आपका BFM subject, but no one knows, they can give you some sort of surprise for this one. Why cannot we take 240 minus 15 in account A? Account A is आपका 240 minus 15. Why minus 15? It is already mentioned na? It was आपका the amount which was given here, it is substandard unsecured exposure. Okay, they have clearly mentioned that, that's why we are not eliminating that आपका unhedged वाला position. This is, they have given directly कि there is a asset we have account we have created with any आपका borrowers 240 crores rupees, and it is a unsecured lending. So that's why we are directly going for this. Srikanth sir, got it? Clear है? Is this clear? Okay, chalo. Now next one guys. 15 lakh आपका, वेयर इज 15 lakh? 15 lakh realizable security value is 15 lakh. Realizable value, अच्छा okay, 15 lakh was also there क्या? Realizable security value is 15 lakh in this case. Unsecured, it is unsecured exposure. So unsecured exposure minus 15 lakh. This should not be there. So means आपका this should not be there, right? Secured value. So because if it is आपका given, then we have to calculate 15% for this also. So we have to add 15% for this one. I also missed this one. If it is there आपका in explanation also this is missing क्या? Only 10% security and secured. So unsecured is आपका 10%. Provision 255. हाँ, this should be 10%. Should it आपका for the secured portion आपका 10% or additionally we have to add in this case. So that means there is a correction in this case because for realizable secured value is 15 lakh. Realizable secured value, and but the unsecured exposure is not given in this case. So we have to eliminate this one. Like for this, they must have mentioned आपका कि what is the overall amount आपका in given in that particular case. Or else the another one is कि it is unsecured exposure directly substandard. So we have to like this is kind of we need further addition. Your doubt is 100% true because if they have given up a secured portion and unsecured portion, then in that secured portion we have to calculate this one. Okay. So that is the case in this one. Chalo. Next one, guys. So when it comes to considering a broader concept relating to the credit in banking, so and you have to find out the correct one. So excessive expansion of credit for non-product process may contribute to inflationary pressure. True है. After bank nationalization in India, institutional credit increasingly reached sector that were previously underserved through the PSL also. The principle of liquidity lendings implies that bank advances should ideally be capable to being converted back into the realizable period. So this is also correct. Limited liability partnership in India are governed under the Partnership Act. So it is आपका your LLP Act 2008. So this is wrong. Risk spread as a principle of credit refer to the diversification of the lending across borrowers, and this आपका true. So 1235. 1235 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Next one. Okay. Can you see the entire question or I have to reduce the font? Meena ma'am, I have already uploaded on application. Please, you can download from there only. Today morning only I have uploaded that particular one. Okay, just a minute. Sorry. So large exposure आपका framework and the RBI norms around this. So for MSME classification, export turnovers is excluded while the calculating turnover limit for determining the MSME. This is true, huh? Second one, under the revised MSME framework, both manufacturing and service enterprises are classified using identical investment and turnover criteria. This is also correct. Bank are prohibited from sanctioning collateral-free loans exceeding 10 lakh to MSME. No, this is आपका wrong. RBI large exposure framework define a large exposure as aggregate exposure equal to exceeding 10% of bank आपका, that is the rule, basic one. Bank exposure ceiling to single NBFC is capped 10% of tier 1 capital. Additional discretionary 5% relaxation available for the other आपका counterparties not permitted in case of this should be correct. Under the आपका look through approach, ठीक है, LTA, where exposure to structure exceed 0.25% of tier 1 capital and underlying counterparties cannot be identified, the exposure may be assigned to unknown clients आपका, this is also correct. Deposit maintained by NABARD due to shortfall in priority sector lendings target are exempted from large exposures targets and others. This is also correct. So please do remember these particular statements. Huh? And yes, आपका what you guys suggesting A so means 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 also should be true. Huh? LTA where the exposure to structure exceed 0.25% of tier 1 capital and underlying counterparties cannot be identified. The exposure may be assigned to this is true आपका, ठीक है, statement means आपको 1, 2, 4, 5. Option B should be right answer for this one. Huh? So these are the areas. The only statement, bank are mandated not to insist on collateral for MSME loans up to 10 lakh. However, bank may extend collateral free loans beyond 10 lakh and even up to 25 lakh or higher also to diverse in cases based on the internal policies. When it comes to your, this is आपका 10% rule, we have gone through this one. Then आपका in normal cases 20 plus 5, but NBFCs it will not आपका available. Then the last one, sorry, sixth one is where we look through approach cannot identify the ultimate आपका counterparty and threshold condition are breached. Exposure is assigned for unknown client and aggregated for LEF exposure. So that is the case. 20 lakhs and आपका 25 lakh. Where it is आपका 20-25 lakh. This one आपका bank are mandated not to instate आपका the collateral for MSME to 10 lakh. However, bank may extend collateral free loans आपका 10 lakh to even up to 25 lakh and higher. Does deserving cases based on the internal policy. This is आपका bank policy wide. Huh? This is bank policy wide. I guess there is no mandate regarding that particular one key. We will restrict the bank up to this particular one. Okay. So this is आपका as per the updated points. The question which we have created that is related to the recent policies itself. I'll cross check this one. Just go for the next one. So it is based on the good track records and the bank internal policies. Lender can extend आपका collateral free loans up to 25 lakh. It is mentioned on the areas itself. In general, it is 25 lakh, but it can be increased for the 25 lakh also. Next one. Okay. So these are the services, I guess, right? So first, a letter of credit issued by a bank may create a contingent liability for a bank until payment obligations are arise. This is true. Second one is a bank guarantee is treated as non-fund based facility at inception, though it can later आपका develop into the fund base if that आपका buyers fail the payments and others. Working capital finance is generally classified under long-term credit because they are short-term one. This is wrong. Foreign currency loan extended for the import of machinery can be classified both by the purpose and by the currency denomination. Derivative contract entered into the hedging purpose are example of non-fund exposure and thus 1245 means option B. Option B. Nagamali sir, yes. Other also option B will be correct answer for this one. The working capital, this was easy, right? Next one, guys. A well-defined loan policy must restrict the credit decision solely on the central committee to ensure uniformity across this one. This should be wrong, but yeah, right. We have discretionary power to the different label and others. Credit appraisal seeking to answer question about the borrower's credibility, project viability, risk assessment, security, adequacy before the sanction. True है. Effective monitoring आपका during the credit life cycle not only protect the bank funds but also early intervention to support the borrower's viability. Refinance from NABARD should be affect the bank original credit decision. No, it is not right. Rectification is considered before restructuring when a borrower faces stress but still has potential to regularize the account without major changes. That is also true. So 235 means option B should be right answer for this particular. Very good, guys. Next one. So domestic commercial bank are required to achieve overall priority sector lending 40% of their ANBC and Co, whichever is higher. To true her first statement. Foreign bank with less than 20 branches, they have to lend 40%, out of which up to 32% can be for export credit, 8% आपका for the other priority sector. That is also correct. Third one is small finance bank are required to lending target of 60% of ANBC and this. Small finance bank required to achieve overall priority sector lending target of 60% of ANBC and Co. This is also correct. Now, the next one is prescribe higher target for the lending to weaker section. For domestic commercial bank is 12%. For the weaker section, 12%. In case of RRBs only, it is आपका 15%, right? The sub target for the lending to micro enterprise applicable to domestic commercial bank is 7.5%. So this is wrong. 7.5%. Then next one, we have no loan related or ad hoc service charges. Inspection charges are to be levied on priority sector up to 25,000. This is also correct. Bank are required to provide acknowledgement for the loan application received under the priority sector lending and communicate आपका sanction and rejection decision within the time limit. This is also true. So 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 6 7 1 2 3. No, I guess there is some issue with the options only, right? So it should be 1 2 3 4 6 7, right? The 7 one is also correct, huh? Bank are required to provide acknowledgement for the loan application received under the PSL and communicate the sanction and rejections within the time limit. And this statement is correct, right? So you guys are saying option B, 1 2 3 4 6 7. It should be 6 7 only. D means 1 2 3. No, fourth or third one is आपका true. अच्छा, okay, this question is आपका old question, I guess. So it is 60%. This is आपका correct, huh? This is correct. That's why it is आपका the case. So I'll make changes here. C. Sorry, if I change this particular one as a B, so we have to add the another one. Okay, last statement is true. So this is आपका 6 and 7. Then B will be the right answer for this one. Correct, guys? Any doubt on this particular one? Please do let me know so we can help you out with this particular one. Yes. Plus 1 marks, grace marks, huh? Now, like from last 2 exams or 3 exams, there is no mistake done by IIBF. But whenever they do these kind of things, they give the grace marks to all. But like very rare chances. So bank are prohibited from granting loan and advances against their own shares except in limited cases आपका permitted under the banking regulation. True है. Floating rate retail and MSMEs are linked to EBLR as per RBI, repo, or rather than solely around this. This is also correct. The third one is under the loan system for delivery of bank credit network. Investment by the bank in commercial paper issued by borrowers may be treated as a part of loan component if sanctioned within the working capital limit. True है. Incremental exposure of the banking system to specified large borrowers beyond the normal permitted lending label may attract additional provision and higher risk weight आपका. This is also correct. RBI regulation freely permit bank to finance purchase of CDs by the customers since CDs are treated as negotiable. No, this should be wrong आपका, right? So 1 2 3 4 1 2 do we have option C should be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. So last one was wrong, only wrong statement. Bank are not permitted to finance the buyback or आपका purchase of their own CDs. Such restriction exists to avoid the artificial support of their own liabilities and to preserve the market discipline itself, right? Next one. Okay. So now from here onwards, your like first unit of this module was bit introductory. Now, real exam question will start from here. Team, you will get 1 or 2 questions from there also, but this is something this is one of the biggest आपका unit in this particular module. But if you have read JIB things, आपका AFM very well, you can easily handle the areas, right? So here we have areas like financial statement. Which financial statement? So for the decision making as a banker, when we are doing the project appraisals or the term loan assessment and others, so at least aapka we have to go through the balance sheet of the company, even for the working capital loan also, right? Profit and loss account, cash flow statement. Okay, so these are the statements aapka which is kind of must. Then use of financial statement based on that past data. Financial statement which generally show the true and fair picture of that company, because they are bounded by the legalities or the accounting standards or the act itself, right? So manipulation is minimal in that case. Basic concept used for the preparation, concepts and convention of accountancy, accounting standard. While we prepare the book aapka, we have to follow some accounting standards and we have to prepare our books or the final report according to these particular one. Then we have legal position regarding the financial statements, different sections under the Companies Act. Balance sheet, profit and loss account, cash flow statement, fund flow statement, projected financial statement. These are the instruments aapka which is generally used. Then we have aapka purpose of these for a bankers, rearrangement, and your analysis of financial statements, so where we use your ratios. Then we have creative accounting and related party transactions. So this is one of the biggest unit from your aapka when it comes to module C. So I'll highly recommend if you can go for the your concept video also, if you get aapka time to prepare this particular one, right? So guys, when it comes to the areas, the core the core reports which we generally use for the loan appraisals basically. So these are balance sheet. So balance sheet is basically a when it comes to balance sheet, it is also known as position statement, where position statement which shows asset equal to liabilities plus owner's equity. So this understanding of this, or while you will be doing the ratio analysis, you'll get to know what are the sources of funds and what is the application of fund, from where the company is getting money and where they have invested or deployed that particular funds, right? The assets they have created, because from taken liability itself we create the asset. The another part is profit and loss account. We get to know about the net profit and losses generated by the business in past years after making a comparative analysis of last 3-4 years. Then we have our cash flow statement, inflow and outflow of the cash in that particular financial year. The next one are the major sources of getting cash and others. Then आपका these are two additional statements. This is आपका kind of supplementary if there is a changes in equity, and the note to accounts which generally provide the references around especially these two documents आपका, right? So let's say if they are showing some sort of inventory or depreciation, so how they have accounted that particular one, we get to know in case of note to accounts, right? So that is something which generally comes under this particular one as a company for a particular areas in others, right? So section 2 subsection 40 of Companies Act 13, financial statement, which means aapka these 5 core documents and all. So now when it comes to the legal aspect, so we have section 128 which of Companies Act 2013, which mandate joint stock company to prepare some book, how to prepare aapka and how it will reflect the true and fair picture. Section 129 format and everything. Section 133 which is aapka applicable accounting standards and all, that generally comes under this particular one, right? So stakeholders, aapka user and verification. These financial statements are used by lenders and creditors, investors, aapka governments, rating agencies, and customer, employee, and public. So basically, the user is this is a part of the financial accounting, and mostly the users are external, right? Next one, we have concepts and convention of accountancy. So just now, like 2-3 few days ago only, we talk about this one. You can expect one question around these particular one. So whenever we prepare these particular books, aapka, we have to like any company who is preparing their final accounts, so they have to consider these particular from recording to आपका the final reports. So these are at the two stages, at the recording stage and at the time of your आपका preparation of final accounts. So it include separate entity. Business is a separate economic unit, which the entity concept or business entity concept which generally separate use आपका company from the promoters or the owners of that particular. Every transaction will be recorded in the name of business. Money contributed by owner is liability on the firm. Going concern, business is a going concern. So until unless there is a clear-cut indication of liquidation, so you will be doing transaction as they आपका take place. The money measurement concept, anything which can be measured into money, that will be part of your book. Anything which cannot be measured into money, we will not accounting that one. Then we have stable monetary unit आपका, ठीक है. So money concept only, ठीक है. Ignore the effect of inflation, deflation, the book value, historical concept, ठीक है. Accounting period concept, financial year. Accrual concept of accountancy we will be following, ठीक है, irrespective of cash receive or not. आपका this is revenue and expenses are recorded when they are earned or incurred, regardless when the actual cash changes hand up. Cost concept, we will be following the cost concept, or those report must follow the cost concept, means we do not consider the current market prices, at what prices we have purchased minus depreciation, that is your the historical cost, that is called. Dual aspect of accountancy, आपका every transaction have a two effect, one debit, another one is credit. Conservatism or prudence, आपका anticipated profit, we have to ignore those one, and आपका expected losses, we have to account them, we have to create the provision for them. Then next one we have a realization concept. Revenue is only recognized when sales is completed or there is a transfer of goods from seller to buyers. Then we have matching concept. So it is accounting period must match against the revenue and the expenses. Full consistency and disclosure. Consistency, we should follow the same methods regularly. And full disclosure is basically we are showing all the details आपका which is part of that particular like the preparation. It should be means any stakeholders whoever is going through that particular reports, they can interpret those particular data, right? So now here we have three statement: balance sheet, which is asset equal to liabilities plus owner's equity; cash flow, inflow and outflow of cash; three major areas: operating activities, financing activities and investing activities, right? And then we have आपका profit and loss account. So it is net profit or losses, net profit or losses generated from the by the business during that particular period. So how we prepare this one, this is the format, right? So if you'll open your book or even in after the revision session also, we have gone through all these particular one. So like when it comes to the balance sheet, equity and liabilities, shareholders funds, which include share capital, reserve and surplus, money received against share warrant, share application money, आपका pending amount और non-current liabilities. Asset size आपका, ठीक है, it is non-current asset and current asset, ठीक है, non-current asset which will be realized in the long term, and current asset is basically your cash equivalents, inventory and others. The another part आपका, so we have, so these are the areas. Liabilities, again we have liabilities. Where is liabilities? Okay, sorry, this is this side आपका the liabilities portion also and the asset portion, right? So there are rare chances कि they'll go in detail, but this is something कि I'll suggest please go through these particular one once and twice. And the uses, basically as a banker, when we are going through these particular document or we are appraising any loan and others, so what component is important for that particular analysis itself, right? So that is something which really comes under this particular one. The another statement which we have, that is your profit and loss account statement. So it is like the flow is two areas. One is revenue from operation, other income. Like let's say if we are doing some आपका sale purchase business, or like let's say as a bank we are doing revenue from operation is basically your interest income and others on advances. Other income is basically, let's say we receive some dividend or penalties, we make some penalties and others, that generally comes under this one, right? So, that is the total one. So, in case of non-finance company, revenue from the operation, which is आपका sale of product, sale services, other आपका areas. Finance company, interest and other financial services, they generally comes under this particular one, right? Any area where you're having any doubt, please do let me know. So here, when it comes to the overall profit and loss account, we have tax total revenue minus cost, आपका direct cost, employee, this, that entire waterfall which generally define the areas. Then now the another statement, the third statement, which is again important, that is your cash flow statement. The cash flow statement is, they are generally governed through the accounting standard through accounting standard 3, or if it is Indian accounting standard, it is आपका 7. They are nothing, they are just inflow and outflow of आपका cash during that particular period. But these accounting standard, according to these accounting standard, you have to prepare this particular one. We have 3 areas. Operating activities, these are the core revenue generating activities of the business. Inflow and outflow from that, like let's say the sale, purchase, utility expenses, rent paid, salary paid, all will come under this one. When it comes to investing activities, when we are making investment in the business, like we are acquiring some property, plants, equipment, goodwill, patent, or we are investing in shares of some other company, that is something आपका investing activities. When it comes to financing activities, they generally make changes in आपका equity and liability. Like let's say we issued some shares during that period, so that is the inflow from financing activity. We buy back some shares, आपका outflow from financing activity. We have taken some loan or we paid off some loan, we have distributed some dividend, so they'll be part of this particular one. So that is your आपका different type of activities in this, right? Now, the another part which we have in this particular case is your why, like how the banker's lens purpose of analysis of these particular statement. So as a banker, so assessment of performance, business growth, asset liability, leverage trend, and management efficiency against the industry standards. Projection of future performance, use historical trend to project earning आपका perspective, growth and others. Detection of danger signs आपका, ठीक है, like if there is their net worth went into a negative, they are asking for loan, means that is something going wrong with that particular industry. So we have assessment of credit requirements, prevent risky over financing or under financing. Examining the fund flows आपका, from which sources they are getting money and where they are investing. So you'll get to know the long-term perspective about the business. Cross-checking, validate the drawing powers statement in cash credit accounts against the balance sheet figures, their net working capital, and they are maintaining that 25% wala rule or not, and the other areas. So this is something as a banker, like let's say if you're going through the your balance sheet, so you'll get to know short term areas, so working capital, finance available or other, or आपका the total current asset, the gap, the bridge आपका net working capital, and the other one. So the picture of that particular business from where they are generating money and where they are spending this particular one. Okay, got it guys? थोड़ा सा you remember this particular one from your JIB. Even if you have read a basic also, no, that will also help you here. Okay? There is आपका rare chances कि they'll go in detail, but हाँ, no one knows, because this is something which is आपका, which is a kind of a living things. If you are as a banker, if you are doing some project appraisal, anyhow you have to go through the statements of these particular one, right? So next one we have ratio analysis. That is आपका most favorite tool for this one, because these are some financial model which is helping you to make the decisions. Like ratio analysis is basically arithmetical representation of those आपका data. Like if we go for the balance sheet of a company or आपका profit and loss account of a company, right? So these are very heavy and bulky statements. Now let's say if you want to the customer is approaching for working capital. So if they are approaching for working capital, that means you have to first you have to analyze the liquidity position of that particular firm. So you will be going through, first you will be checking the net working capital as well as their inflow outflows, how they are generating things in others. So that is something. Now like we have your let's say we have current ratio, we have quick ratio. So these ratios, they have predefined model. Just go for that limited data and you'll get to know. And we have some APA average also. If that is meeting with that particular requirement, then that is one indication based on APA, that one indication which can support your आपका final financing decision, right? So we have multiple आपका tools. That is one of the tool, right? So that is something which generally comes under this. Now here also, when it comes to ratio analysis, they have given आपका many ratios. They have given आपका liquidity and profitability ratios. So when it comes to liquidity, the short term solvency, it is also called. So we have current ratio, but which is आपका current asset divided by current liabilities. Satisfactory areas is आपका 1.33:1. Net working capital ratio आपका, ठीक है, net working capital in total current assets into 100. Profitability, we have your आपका raw material consumption ratio, PBT, profit before tax and after tax. EBITDA, we have आपका ROS, then we have operating. So these are the areas which is generally part of your liquidity and profitability. The another one is leverage ratios. When it comes to leverage one, they have these all ratios which are part of your book. So leverage ratio, we have total outstanding liability or tangible net worth. Then we have debt to equity ratio and after debt equity ratio. These are the areas, and the banker inside also, right? Then we have coverage ratio. Here we have debt service coverage ratio, आपका vanquish ratio, interest coverage, fixed asset, and we have security margin and others. So these are some category of ratios which is generally given in your book. So I have kept the detailing of all these particular one, so you can go through this particular one once and twice, so that will help you guys, right? Now the next one, we have third party transaction. That is the last point from here. Third party transaction is basically the interaction of that company with आपका others. Like what research says कि the most of the fraud which generally are in the term of or in relation with the third party transaction. What companies do, they, let's say we started a company and we hire some, like we hire some like let's say we are transferring every month some money to the relatives and we are showing them as an employee, or we are doing some expenses which is like we have created some vendors and others. They are like, let's say ultimately they belongs to the family and the group of companies, and we have hiked the price 100 rupees things we are showing 500 rupees. So that is something. So that third party accounts, so a transfer of resources service obligation regardless of whether price is charged. So that is something आपका related parties. So third party which include the areas a person have control or joint control over the reporting entity and significant influence over the reporting entity, or are part of the key management personnel. Entities related, or they are member of the same group, associate or joint, both joint and ventures in the same third party, one of joint and third party and others associate. आपका post employment benefit plan for employees of the reporting entity, or we have entity is controlled or jointly controlled by a person who is related as per the point A itself. So the areas, person entities not considered as a related party. So these are the areas. So two entities merely because common directors, a key management person of one significant influence the others. Two आपका ventures simply because of the joint control. The following are not related party because the normal meaning, like provider of finance, trade unions, public utilities, or government department. A customer, supplier, franchisor, distributor, or journal agent, even the entity transaction a significant volume of the business with them, economic dependence alone does not make them the related party. Okay? So that is the overall areas. Srikant sir, now got it or no? Or you want me to revisit the things? So when it comes to related party, all the content which is given in your book, that is in these two slides. Huh? This is only definition. So when it comes to related party transaction, it is Indian Accounting Standard 24, related party or transfer of resource, service or obligation between reporting entity and the related party. So reporting entity means, let's say we are preparing for XYZ. Related party is suppose that some vendor A and others, right? So who is related party? A person or entity related to the reporting entity. आपका in case first A आपका these are the cases and B these are the cases in this particular one. When it comes to not, which are not considered as a related party. So like let's say if we are having a common director, two venture shares the joint control, or आपका not related party because normal dealings, like let's say your bank have given finance to company XYZ and ABC, that doesn't mean कि XYZ and ABC is a आपका related party, or public utility governments and others, or the normal customers, suppliers, franchisor, distributors and others, they are also not categorized into this. So this is something when it comes to the related party, like how people they generally do scam with this one. Like let's say we have created one entity and we form a trust आपका, ठीक है? So now what we are doing, we are earning here and we transferring money to trust. We are getting tax benefit from here and the trust money which we are routing आपका in somewhere else. So these kind, to curb these kind of activities we have, because most of the आपका the medium term fraud na manipulation basically that are related to this related party things and all. So that's why we have come up with this one. Srikant sir, you got it these? Question is visible, na? So under the Companies Act 13, certain entities such as one-person company or recognized startup companies are exempted from cash flow statement. True है? Bank generally analyze आपका auditor report, note to accounts, statutory आपका filings along with the financial statement for assessment. Yes. The next one is companies having subsidiaries or joint ventures are required to prepare consolidated financial statement. Yes. The next one is a clean audit report completely eliminate the credit risk for the lenders. It is not necessarily. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 means option C will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Yes, very good. Next one. So bank deposit having original maturity of 15 months from the reporting date must be classified under the cash. No, it is 12 months आपका. So 12 months. The short term current asset is basically the time frame is mostly 12 months. Trade receivable outstanding for 6 months from due date required separately disclosed in financial statement. Yes. Current maturities of long-term borrowing are generally presented under the current maturities of long-term borrowings are generally presented under the current liabilities or current financial liabilities instead of non-current. Yes, this is true. The next one is inventories held for trade purpose and raw material required separately in the note to accounts. Yes. The next one is contingent liabilities such as guarantee issued on behalf of subsidiaries may require disclosure even no provision is recognized. This is also true. So, आपका 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5 means option B must be right answer for this. B will be right answer, guys, for this one. So option B. Statement 1, आपका not maturity exceeding 12 months from the reporting date are not treated as cash and equivalents. ठीक है? So it is the current asset up to 12 months or not more than that, and the rest all statements are correct here. Next one, guys. So, for non-finance companies, revenue from operation may separately disclose sale of product, sale of service, and other operating revenue in note to accounts. Under Schedule 3 of the Companies Act, foreign exchange differences relating to borrowing may form part of the finance cost in certain situation. Cash equivalent generally include highly liquid instruments with original maturity of 3 months or the less that is readily convertible in this equivalents. True hai. Next one is persistent negative operating cash flow alongside accounting profit may indicate possible stress on earning quality and the working capital. Persistent negative operating cash flow alongside accounting profit may indicate possible stress on the earning equity, earning quality and working capital. Yes. The next one is dividend paid by the company is classified as operating activity. No. Dividend received by the company is operating activity. But when it comes to dividend paid, so it comes under the financing activity, right? So this is wrong. Whenever it comes to dividend, आपका cases in case of operating your cash flow statement, when we pay dividend, it is financing activity. When we receive, it is operating activity. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 means option D should be right answer for this particular one. Okay, yes, very good. Those who have marked option D. Next one, which of banking practices financial analysis? The fund flow statement are basically the difference between cash flow and fund flow. Cash flow are all about inflow and outflow of cash during a particular financial year, opening balance and closing balance. When it comes to fund flow statement, it is we generally do comparison between 2 years like 25, 26, 26, 27. So the sources of funds and the application of funds. It helps us in the long term decision making basically, from how that business is generating cash and how they are utilizing those, how they're making the investment up, right? So first statement, fund flow statement, primarily explain the changes in working capital between two balance sheet date and highlight the long-term sources and application of funds. 100% true. This is the meaning or the core definition. Under current accounting and banking analysis practices, cash flow statement are largely replaced fund flow statement from the statutory reporting purpose in India. True. Cash flow is a mandatory आपका documents except in case of one person company or the small company. but otherwise it is a mandatory document as per accounting standard 1 and Indian accounting standard 1. But when it comes to fund flow, this is kind of a आपका this is it is not like there is no law is saying you have to have prepare the fund flow statement. We prepare that particular one for the analysis purpose, right? So third statement, a banker may use projected financial statement to assess the repayment capacity, future liquidity position, and आपका expansion project. Yes. A persistent use of short-term borrowing for financing fixed asset may indicate an asset mismatch and potential liquidity stress. Persistent use of short-term borrowing, yes, that is true. Cross-checking stock statements with audited financial statement help bank to identify possible आपका overstatement of drawing powers and diversion of risk. Cross-checking stock statements with this particular one. And this cross-checking the stock statement with audited financial statement help bank to identify overstatements of the drawing power and the it will basically around the this should be around the no, this statement आपका I need to check. What you guys suggesting? D 1 2 3 4 5 and आपका 4 till 4 I'm 100% sure, but this is bit doubtful in this case. Everyone is saying option D. Okay, let's check this one. Okay, that is also correct. So the bank compared आपका stock and debt statement with audited figures to detect the inflationary in आपका inventory reporting irregular. हाँ बिल्कुल सही है, ठीक है. So this is also correct. आपका means all are correct here in this particular one. So D is the right answer for this. Very good. Well done, guys. Next one. Which of the following statement regarding the financial statement analysis and bank appraisal practices are correct? So the first one is under the current credit appraisal practices, cash flow analysis is generally considered more reliable than the fund flow. Aapka, this is around the liquidity things. The second one is common size financial statement improve intra-firm comparison. If like all the companies are using same method to prepare their final account, so it will help user to compare all these particular companies. True hai. A current ratio significantly above the industry norms 1.33 may sometime indicate insufficient utilization of आपका current this is also correct. Let's say a company is having like mostly what we suggest 1.2 to 2. This is a good current ratio. Now if a company is having a current ratio of 10 means like let's say they required 1 rupee for the operation and they are having 10 rupee. So this is something ki beyond this, like let's say if you are maintaining if you have runway requirement of 1 rupee, even if you are keeping 2 rupee, that is fine, means you can have a runway for next 2 years. But if you are holding that 8 rupee extra aapka, that means that 8 rupee which you are losing the opportunity cost, you can invest that particular one in market, you can generate higher ROI and all. So that's why this statement is correct. EBITDA margin and interest coverage ratio are both widely used for bank to evaluate operating performance and debt repayment capacity. This is also correct. International Financial Reporting Standard IFRS based analysis has reduced the exclusive dependence on traditional ratio analysis by incorporating fair value measurement and enhance आपका disclosure record. This is also correct. All are correct. Huh? So means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Means option C should be right answer for this particular. Very good, guys. So IFRS, the when it comes to, we have majorly two type of accounting standards. One is GAAP. I hope you remember that. Okay, generally acceptable accounting principle. That is also known as US GAAP. US GAAP is mostly applicable in US, right? But when it comes to IFRS, it is internationally. Okay? So Indian accounting standard are also aligned with the IFRS. So global, for the global comparability, it is bit easy. Okay, it is around the ratios, I guess. The leverage and आपका coverage and turnover. Okay, answer this question. So under the conservative banking assessment practices, investment and advances to a group or associate concern are generally detected from the tangible net worth, while the computation of adjusted solvency ratios, solvency means long term, that debt to equity, DSCR and others. This is one of the आपका solvency ratio. DSCR below 1 indicate that internal accruals means the amount which we are generating from the operation, the revenue which we are generating from this, are insufficient to meet the scheduled debt servicing. That's why they are going for the loan. This is also true. The next one is interest coverage ratio is commonly calculating using EBITDA divided by finance cost, and higher ratio generally indicate the stronger debt servicing capacity of the business. Inventory turnover ratio measure the number of days inventory remain unsold during a financial year. No, inventory turnover is basically your cost of goods sold, which is when it comes to this particular one. So it is आपका, so inventory turnover. How we calculate this one? Inventory turnover. This. So it is आपका cost of goods sold. Net sales divided by average inventory, right? The inventory turnover ratio measures the days of inventory remain unsold during the. This should be wrong. Fourth one should be wrong here. We'll recheck this point. Window dressing of current asset and current liabilities around the balance sheet can distort the liquidity. Yes, it can impact आपका. This is true. Do we have 1, 2, 3, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 5. A should be right answer, right? Yes, I'll also go with Ramanji sir. B is 1, 2, 3. 4, 5 is correct. Okay? 5 is also correct. But this inventory turnover ratio is na आपका cost of goods sold divided by average. It should be wrong in this case. Uh, A is the right answer. And the fourth one, inventory turnover ratio is ordinarily expressed as a number of time inventory is rotated during a period. It is आपका cost of goods sold or net sales divided by average inventory. When converted into inventory holding period, it may be expressed in days, but the turnover ratio itself not allow express in days itself. So that is the explanation for this particular one. Please do remember this one. this should be correct. Next one, guys. So, recognizing revenue before transfer of control to customer may amount to aggressive or creative accounting, and can materially distort the profitability. This should be correct. A company and wholly owned subsidiary are regarded as a related party for disclosure purpose under the Indian Accounting Standard 24. Merely because two companies have a common independent director, they are automatically become no. This is wrong, right? So this is not a related party. Frequent changes in accounting policies, particularly those affecting the revenue recognition and asset आपका valuation, may require आपका enhanced scrutiny by the lender and auditors. Yes, if that can include some sort of manipulation in book. Significant transactions with a major supplier automatically qualify a related party? No. So 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4 means option C should be right answer. C will be right answer, huh? Not D. आपका 1, 2, 4, 5 is wrong. Okay? So it is आपका, like if you are having a customers, vendors and others, if you are having transactions, that doesn't mean कि they are part of the आपका related party. You have to scrutinize the area. It is not the sole measure आपका to define this particular one. So it should be wrong. C should be correct answer for this particular one. Ramanji sir, Shruti ma'am, Durgesh sir. Very good. So the third statement, directorship. Common directorship means, let's say a person is director in two firms. That doesn't mean they are related party as per the section or accounting standard 24. The fifth one is economic dependence alone does not create a related party relationship. A major customer, supplier, franchisor, distributor is not treated as related party because of the substantial business dealing in this, right? Please do remember this one. Next one, guys. So true regarding the business entity concept, realization concept, and dual aspect of accountancy. What will be your correct answer? So business entity concept treat आपका personal and business as one. Wrong है. Revenue recognition under the realization concept, payment is received from the buyers. It is not आपका. It is like irrespective of payment. So it depend on the liability. ठीक है? The seller has sold goods to the buyers. The buyer will responsible irrespective of cash received or not. Dual aspect of concept आपका reflect the accounting equation. This is true. Withdrawal made by the owners from the business treated as asset under the business entity concept. They credited to the drawing accounts. Under the realization concept, goods sold on approvals are recognized as a sale when delivered to the buyers. Even buyers have no acceptance. Wrong hai, right? They'll be on sale on approvals. They'll be considered as a cost until unless there is a acceptance in this. So this is wrong, right? So 2, 3 and 4. 3 and 4 means option C should be right answer for this. Everyone is wrong apart from Srikant sir. Why guys? Why? So first आपका this is business entity concept. Then आपका goods are delivered not when the payment is received. And this even not delivered when they enter into a legal contract, right? Because of the realization concept, goods sold on approval are not recognized as a sale until buyer accept them. And even in case of approvals, आपका we generally consider them at a cost, not आपका as a revenue recognition. ठीक है? So evaluate the following statement about the related party transactions and select the correct one. So fourth statement here आपका withdrawal made by the owners. See, there are two things. Like let's what the business and what this is statement is related to business entity concept. So business entity concept says कि business is a separate economic unit from the owners, right? All the transaction will be recorded in the name business. अब let's say Ramanji sir, you are the owner of that business. In between you withdrawal आपका let's say you withdraw आपको 5 lakh from the business, ठीक है? So you will be having, this is something कि you have taken loan from the business, and the business, the entity Ramanji Express, whatever the company you are running, you are liable to pay that particular one, this principal plus आपका interest, whatever the arrangement it is, right? So this is आपका assets. Like even when we generate the profit, let's say your business that आपका Ramanji Express company who generate a profit of 10 crores during that period, and you reinvested this business into the this money into the business itself, so this is liability on the business. So profit is liability, और आपका this any withdrawals and others, they generally treated as आपका as a asset. So this is something कि we are segregating the promoters or the owners from the entity. So that's why we do these kind of dealing in that case. Ramanji sir, got it? So the related party transaction, and you have to find out the correct one. So related party transaction always involve a price being charged between, no, it is not necessarily. The next one is a person who is a member of key management personnel of the reporting entity is considered related party. Two entities sharing director is not a related party. Joint ventures of a same third party are related parties of each others, yes. Trade unions, public utilities are considered related party. No, they are not related party. Wrong hai. Lenders, common customers, common suppliers, they are not related party. 2 and 4. 2 and 4 means option A should be right answer for this particular. Very good, guys. Excellent. Right. Next one. Next question. Okay. Now, next one we have working capital finance. Okay. So now, so far what we have discussed key the overall overview of the module or the requirements, then assessment of the customers. So basically, आपका when we are doing the appraisals or when the common आपका areas which we have to consider during the appraisal. So how that interaction while we will be the customer will be approaching you for different type of loans. So the interaction journey that we have discussed so far. Now the first type of loan which we are going to provide to the customer for short term day to day working requirements, that is your working capital finance. So we provide usually two type of, one is working capital, another one is term loan. In some cases आपका we have project finance also when we are financing some project and others. So that is something business cycle. It is working capital cycle, which is also known as business cycle, cash to cash cycle. That matter a lot because how quickly you are generating cash, that will decide your working capital requirement. Like let's say if as we take an example of that electricity company, every month आपका whatever the consumption it is, they are charging bill next month only. So every month they are generating money. Railways, transportation, they are charging आपका like they are, let's say we book ticket आपका 2 months before or like even before starting that journey. So their cash generation is high, तो their working capital requirement is low. There are some seasonal business or some businesses where the cash to cash cycle is आपका very heavy or long, so that will require more working capital in others, right? So here when it comes to this, so the working capital cycle liquidity ratio is important because they are the tool, or we as a banker we use those particular tool to decide the working capital आपका, ठीक है? Assessment method, three methods आपका, ठीक है? Method 1 2 3, that is important. Working capital finance to IT companies and software companies. Now as they are not having any inventory, so how to finance them? So for them we have a special provision, very important one. Bills receivable finance or the guidelines आपका. There are other tools which like they are called alternative source of financing आपका working capital, which include your bills receivable or the others, LC, letter of credit. We have आपका factoring, forfeiting, including आपका trade platform for MSMEs, important one. Non-fund based आपका working capital limit. Then we have other related working capital, ठीक है? Other issues related to working capital. So working capital is basically that is something which is related to your आपका day to day operation of that particular business. So if there is a gap, so that gap is generally fulfilled by the bank in this particular scenario, right? So like let's say determinant आपका, these are the elements which decide the length of working capital. So stock or raw material required to be sold, work in progress time duration, stock of finished good carried before the sales, how long it is taking to sell them in the market, credit required for the provide to the purchasers, ठीक है? Like let's say if you are selling on credit of 2 months, 3 months, 1 month, or आपका on live cash basis and others. So longer the working capital cycle, higher the working capital requirement. So if there is a difference आपका, ठीक है? So current asset, current liabilities, आपका current liabilities. If there is a difference, that gap is आपका working capital requirements. That 25% should be filled from the net working capital, long-term sources of finance. The remaining आपका, which is generally provided by the bank itself, right? So that generally comes under this particular. So length आपका, this we have discussed. The another one is sources. So when it comes to the importance of liquidity ratios, okay, so they are determinant kind of sources of meeting working capital requirement. So this include own sources आपका, ठीक है? So based on the projected balance sheet, internal accruals are included. Internal accruals means the revenue which we are generating from the operation. If available net working capital, long-term sources of funds, accrual fall shorts आपका, maintaining this one. Supplier credit, this depend on the market condition, ठीक है? Like let's say we purchase raw material and we get a supplier credit for 3 months, 4 months. It depends on the company reputation and the historical reputation and other things also, right? So but we cannot fix this particular one कि every supplier will give you 3 months, 6 month आपका credit in this. Other आपका liabilities, this is something which are आपका non-diversifiable. If you have employees, you have to pay them salary, rent and other kind of things. The gap, bank finance, if there is a gap, the overall accruals and the overall sources and versus आपका liabilities. So final plug equal to the gap between total working capital needed and the available funds. Total working capital needed, available funds, whatever the gap it is, if there is a negative gap, so bank will finance that particular one, or means we have arise a working capital requirements in that particular case itself, right? So now calculation, logically we can the need of working capital finance bank is equal to the gap of total working capital and availability of funds from this all the sources. The enterprise or the bank may not have much control on the supplier credit or the other current liabilities, as these are driven by the market condition or business need, but bank can prescribe the amount to be brought in by the आपका company from the long-term sources, that is called net working capital. This was at the core of the recommendation of Tandon committee, which आपका dominated the psyche of the bankers for the long period. Okay. So this is we have three methods. So first method, calculation of bank finance, first method of lending, second method of lending, third method of lending. So first method of lending, under this enterprise are required to bring net working capital at least 25% of their working capital gap. So whatever the gap it is, uska 25% they should finance from the long term sources. Second, आपका under this method enterprise was required to bring net working capital at 25% of their total current asset. Okay, this is आपका 25% of gap and this is 25% of total current asset. Third method आपका require net working capital 100% of core current asset. ठीक है, core asset आपका cash and equivalents and 25% of the remaining आपका remaining current asset and others. So that generally comes under this particular. So these three lending methods आपका which are a bit important. Please do remember these particular one. The first working capital, first method, 25% of working capital, net working capital, this, and calculation total current asset minus current liabilities, excluding the bank finance. Current ratio impact could result in current ratio of less than 1.33. आपका bring net working capital at least 25%, plain formula. Result in current asset, current ratio at least 1.33. And आपका third methods bring net working capital equal to 100% of core current asset plus 25% of remaining. So likely to result in current ratio of higher than 1.33. So these are the areas which are generally part of this particular one. Right, guys. The next important area we have working capital finance for the information technology and software companies. So as they do not have a inventory things and all, so for them we have to we have some specific provisions from the RBI itself. So these, let's go through these particular provisions. So first, RBI follow the National Task Force and on IT and software development guidelines for the working capital finance. This, so the आपका bank have flexibility to adopt these guidelines based on their experiences. Key point, assessment criteria. Bank should assess limit based on the promoter track records, management experiences and infrastructure. Turnover based assessment for limit up to 2 crores, 20% of projected turnover can be used. Higher amount, the monthly cash budget methods may be applied. So for limit above the 10 crores, the loan system guidelines will be applicable. The term loan wala jo appraisal and others are, that will be required. So in case of one is turnover approach, 20% of the projected turnover for the year up to आपका 2 crores. If it is higher than that, monthly cash budget आपका, how that business is going to generate cash flows month on month basis, then we will be applying that particular one and based on that we will be deciding. If it is more than 10 crores आपका, we will be doing the appraisal similar to the term loan and others. Promoter contribution, a reasonable promoter margin can be required. Collaterals, bank may see collateral and charge over the current asset if available. Interest rate आपका journal borrowers rate apply. Concessional rate may be used for the export related credit. Monitoring, bank should create a आपका custom monitoring system including quarterly cash flow statements and other suitable reporting methods and others. So that's generally required in this particular case. Correct है? Next one. Okay, next we have trades platform. So this is basically an alternative finance of working capital source for the MSMEs. So this is dedicated for MSMEs आपका. So MSMEs, they can upload their bills receivable on this particular platform, then financiers they apply in that particular one and then they get the money. So this is something key, instead of going for आपका cash credit overdraft, what they can do, whatever आपका, like let's say there is a MSME who are going to export something or sell something and they are going to receive payment based on the bill of exchange after 90 days, suppose that. So to deal with that particular 90 days finance, what they can do, they can upload those particular bill on the stretch platform, and financier will bid for that particular one, and they'll get आपका instant finance in that particular case. So enable आपका discounting of invoices and bill of exchange, support both receivable factors and reverse factoring. Transactions are done without recourse to MSME, means once that bill is discounted, they'll be exiting from that particular tool. And the financier will be liable for any sort of, or they'll bear the credit risk. Participation include MSME seller, corporate, government, buyers and others. Online access आपका seller and buyers. Threads aim to create a international mechanism for timely and efficient financing for the MSME trade itself. So that is something which is generally part of this particular one. Correct. Next one, guys. Next one, we have non-fund based आपका limit, guarantee and co-acceptance done by the bank. So guarantee, we can give आपका performance guarantee कि this buyer will make the payments. So issued आपका toward the completion of contract or within a time limit or satisfactory performance of the equipments. Bank reimburse monetary losses for the non-performance by the contractor or the seller itself, right? The first one. The another one, we have financial guarantee. Financial obligation or due for meeting financial obligation. So in lieu of this, unless this financial guarantee is basically like buyers and sellers. We are giving guarantee to seller that this buyer will make the regular payments. If the buyer fail, we will be paying the remaining amounts in others. So one is performance guarantee that this performance or the contract will be executed on timely basis in this, or the another one is financial guarantee. Cautions, precautions and co-acceptance. Precautions: avoid the unsecured guarantee in large amount for long term. Ensure constituent has a reasonable proportion of total unsecured guarantee. Verify the customer capacity to reimburse the bank. Co-acceptance आपका bank co-accept bill like a guarantee with आपका others. Limit existing customers. Ensure genuine trade. Verify the good valuation to avoid overvaluation. Require 2 joint signature for a bill more than 10,000 in this particular case. RBI guidelines on guarantee and co-acceptance. So RBI issued detailed guidelines for bank on issuing the guarantee and co-accepting this. So the precautions while issuing this: avoid large or long-term unsecured guarantee, especially the case. Unsecured guarantee for individual must be proportionate to total unsecured guarantee in their equity in the cases, right? Exposure and the other one, this we have discussed with the gram itself, infographic itself. Non-fund based facilities generally discouraged for the customer not availing non-fund based facilities from any Indian bank. Permitted only under the board approval policy. Creditworthiness, past track record and security offered. Compliance with KYC AML norms, exposure norms and this. Negotiation on LC. If guarantee is issued to a customer without credit facilities, the bank may negotiate the LC, but proceed must go to the beneficiaries' regular bank accounts and other areas. Alright guys, so apart from this, we have some other tool also like commercial paper, factoring and forfeiting. These are the alternative source of finance for your आपका alternative source of finance for the your working capital for the companies. So companies they can issue, if their reputation is good, means they are having A3 ratings आपका, they can raise आपका money through the commercial paper instead of going for the bank loan or working capital amount. Factoring आपका, they can discount their bill 75 to 80% on an open account basis with a bank with and without recourse. Forfeiting is आपका one time sale of the bill, 100% discount. And rupee denominated trade credit also, buyers and suppliers credit, they can take from the market itself so that they can finance the areas, right? तो आपका commercial forfeiting and the factoring and other areas which are generally part of this one. Now practice time. A longer operating cycle generally increase the requirement for gross working capital because fund remain blocked and this, so that is true. Okay. The next one is your net working capital represent the excess of current liabilities over the current asset and indicate reliance on the external bank finance in this current asset minus current liabilities na. So what it is saying, excess of current asset minus it, this should be reverse actually. Net working capital represent the current asset minus current liabilities, excess of current liabilities, net working capital and WC. It's required current asset and indicate the reliance on the external this. What about the statement two, guys? Anyone? Okay, and then next one, I'll go for the next one first. The bank generally assess working capital requirement after examine the inventory holding labels, receivables, period, production cycle, and this true hai. The next one is a current ratio below 1 always prove that enterprise is insolvent and incapable of continuing the operation. Not necessarily, right? Like let's say if somebody is having 0.5 is to 1, that doesn't mean ki this mean ki they have आपका with current pace they have a runway of 5 months only. ठीक है? So like they are not insolvent, they have liquid money for the next 5 months so they can run business as it is. This is a poor indication of their cash liquidity and others, so they should आपका work around that area. Right. Diversion of working capital funds toward the acquisition of fixed asset is generally viewed as negative during the banking. Yes, this is आपका correct, right? Okay, what you guys suggesting? 1345. 4 is right here. A current ratio below is this enterprise insolvent and incapable of continuing. No, no. This fourth statement is correct, right? So if fourth is correct, 135. A आपका 2. Net working capital represent the excess of current liabilities. Net working capital. Working capital is current asset minus current liabilities, and net working capital is proportion of this. This statement, I guess there is some आपका deficiency in this statement. I'll check this. Like answer wise, if I go with the elimination also means it is saying कि this is true and आपका sorry, this is wrong and the answer should be option A, but we'll check the answer itself, the statement. So net working capital means current asset minus current liabilities, not आपका reverse. Net working capital is आपका current asset minus current liabilities. That is the one what was mentioned here. And excess of net working capital. This is the actually this statement is around this is around the requirement things and others. Indirectly, if we'll go for this one, if it comes to the requirement portion and others, formula or आपका concept wise this is wrong, but indirectly if you go for the requirement wise, it indicate the reliance on the external finance, that should be correct, right? Okay, please go through this. So under the traditional operating cycle approach, bank may independently determine the inventory holding from norm base on industry characteristics and borrow specific. Earlier, this was the case, right? This should be true. Under this second method of lending suggested by Tandon committee, borrowers were expected to finance 25% of आपका net working capital long term sources. This is true. Second one is also correct here. Third one is the cash budget method is generally more आपका suitable on month basis how the business is generating cash inflows and outflow. Uneven or the seasonal flows, then the business with the stable year-round operation. This is also correct. Current RBI guidelines for MSCs working capital assessment up to specified threshold continue to rely on substantially on turnover, the overall expected turnovers. This is also true. Under the projected turnover methods, what is the projected turnover of the company during that particular period based on the past financials? The entire working capital requirement is necessarily financed only through the bank borrowing without any, borrower contribution is must up, right? There should be wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 means option B. Yes. So option B will be right answer for this particular one. Next one, guys. So, and this is about आपका IT and software entities. So under the current RBI aligned banking practices, cash flow based on based lending, cash flow based lending, ठीक है, has increasingly replaced traditional आपका asset based assessment for SaaS, आप software and technology companies. This is upper true. So two methods, one is turnover or one is monthly cash flow generation if it is more than 2 crores. Bill negotiated under आपका irrevocable LC generally carry lower credit risk for the negotiating bank based on the obligation sustainability shift from the LC to issuing bank. Yes, this is true. The next one is if receivable financing through the if receivable financing through the trade platform, financial may discount invoice accepted by the large corporate buyers without requiring MSME seller to maintain the conventional cash credit accounts with the finance. This should be true again, right? Without recourse, bill discounted arrangement, the financing bank ordinarily retain the right to recover. No, without recourses means आपका there is no sort of guarantee in that case. So that is like the forfeiting case basically, right? So it is आपका risk is borne by the financier itself. They do not have retain आपका this right in that particular case. Factoring transaction differ from the traditional bill discounting because factor may additionally undertake sales ledger, yes, and they also help आपका exporters to find the new destination or the other areas. ठीक है, they are a kind of a helping hand for the exporters. So 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5 means option A only should be right answer for the. Everyone is saying option D. 1, 2, 3. No, 4 is wrong. Team. 4 is why it is 4 is wrong. 3 is correct. 4th is wrong. Without recourse means without any guarantee. Okay? If like let's say we can the factoring can be with or without recourse. So in case of आपका without recourse means we are not like forfeiting basically. Forfeiting is always without recourse means all the risk is borne by the financier itself, right? If the other party आपका the buyer basically if they do not make the payments, in that particular case bank will bear that particular loss in others, right? So this should be wrong. Without recourse arrangement, the financier generally cannot recover the amount from the seller if buyer default आपका in excess of this particular one. So that's why this is the incorrect one. Next one, guys. So which with refinance to current sorry, with reference to refinance, it is coming. RBI guidelines in this trade platform team. So under the trades, financiers may include bank, NBFC, and another. Yes, bill discounted under trades are generally processed without recourse. This is also true. Bank are freely permitted to rediscount all the bill previously discounted by NBFCs. No, this should be wrong. Statement आपका seems incorrect. In case of bill negotiated under LC and LC is paid without आपका reservation, the exposure is generally treated as आपका the LC issuing bank. Yes, you will be acting as a LC issuing bank and exposure will be accordingly. Service sector bill discounted by bank are eligible for rediscounting by the other bank if backed by the corporate buyers. Service sector bill discounted by bank are eligible for rediscounting by other bank if backed by the corporate buyers. What do you say, guys? C or D? I'll also go with C. आपका this should be wrong, right? So नहीं, that is आपका wrong. That means D is wrong here. क्योंकि third statement is wrong. ठीक है? It is not freely permitted आपका. C should be right answer for this one. Why statement third one is wrong? Bank are not freely permitted to rediscount bill earlier discounted by the NBFCs. RBI permits such rediscounting only in a limit cases. RBI guidelines provide that service sector bill are not eligible for rediscounting even genuine service are rendered and buyer is a corporate entity itself. So that is the case which is generally part of this particular one. Correct. Next one, guys. So commercial paper in India can presently issued by eligible entities for a minimum maturity period of 7 to 1 years. A3 ratings means eligible and the other areas. 4 crores turnover. Under the non-recourse export factoring, the exporter continue to bear the ultimate non-recourse आपका, that is wrong, right? Non-recourse exporter is not, bank or financier will bear that particular one in case of non-recourse. If it is with recourse, then आपका exporter will bond that one. Forfeiting is generally associated with export receivables backed by the negotiable instruments such as bill of exchange, promissory note, and typically undertaken without a recourse to the exporter. Yes. Then next one is under the RBI framework for INR denominated trade credits. Trade credits for import of the capital goods can be raised for a prior period extending up to 5 years, and this is also true. Bank financing आपका factoring companies, so at least 75%, so 75 to 80%, this range is fine, right? In case of factoring, this is also true. So 1 3 4 5 1 3 4 5 means option B will be right. B. ठीक है? C and D No, option B will be correct answer for this particular one. So what was D आपका? 1 2 2 is wrong, ठीक है, and 3 is right, हाँ. So आपका 2 was wrong. Non recourse export, so we have with recourse, without recourse. With recourse means like when it comes to factoring, your bank can enter into a contract, factoring contract. Basically it is an open account basis where all the export bill of a particular exporter is discounted by your bank from 75 to 80% range. Like let's say your exporter did sale to A, we discounted let's say 75%. They did आपका B, आपका 75%. C, we discounted 80%. So what we are doing, we are keeping a margin of 25% in this case, right? So once we will realize that bill, then we will be paying the remaining amount. And now if it is with recourse, means there is some sort of guarantee provided by the exporter. If it is without recourse, then आपका it is without any guarantee, and the credit risk is borne by the bank for that particular portion. So that is the case. Huh? No, 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 no. Srikant sir, you interpreted that particular one wrong. So this is the meaning आपका. With it is non-recourse, means without recourse. So when it comes to without recourse आपका, do not blame यार. It will disturb the mind otherwise. ठीक है. So you have interpreted that particular one wrong. If I have said something like that, please forget this. So this is when it comes to without recourse. In case of without recourse, what is happening means it is without guarantee. और विद रिकोर्स, और आपका दस आपका विद रिकोर्स केस, दिस इज अ नॉन रिकोर्स केस, और विदाउट रिकोर्स केस. इन केस ऑफ विद रिकोर्स आपका, दैट इज द where we are providing the basically exporter will be responsible in case of with recourse. In case of without recourse, they are not providing any guarantee. Once they are selling the bill, they are like, let's say when it comes to forfeiting, we are discounting 100% bill. So 100% discounting without recourse. After exporter will sell that particular bill, they will be not responsible for the recovery or anything. If buyer default, that will be borne by the financier or your bank itself. Got it? I cannot listen what I said in the past. Whatever I said, please consider this. Okay. Done है. चलो next topic आपका unit number 20th. Now working capital is done. Now the next one is your unit number 20th, which is all about the term loan. So when it comes to term loan is all about your basically we are giving loan for the acquisition or acquisition of property, plants, equipments, and other areas. That generally comes under this one. So it mostly it is around that. Any well-established business, they are planning for the expansion, and they need some money to acquire those property, plants, equipments, and others. The another case is project appraisal. So sometimes there are some companies, aapka, those who are entering into some sort of project and others. So there are two areas which are very, very important in this case. So project appraisal, one thing, which is something which is the 8 steps involved in that particular one. That is very important. Appraisal of term loan and the basic guidelines. Deferred payment guarantee, the another one. And appraisal and financing of infrastructure project. Okay, this is something again very important, because in case of infrastructure project aapka, we have the gestation period is bit high. So how we manage those particular one, what we need to consider, that particular one also comes under this particular one, right? So we will be starting with the deferred payment guarantee only. So when a purchaser pay a supplier by an agreed repayment schedule rather than the immediately, and bank guarantee in this particular one. So deferred payment guarantee is basically कि आपका there is an agreement between buyer and seller. So buyer, we are generally providing guarantee on behalf of buyers कि this buyer on behalf of buyer to seller कि this buyer will make you the payments in installment. If they don't, we will make you the payment. So risk profile, it is a non-fund method initially. If purchaser default, the bank pay the supply and the exposure become fund based आपका in that case. So then the another areas, we have project finance and we have stand-alone आपका term loan. These are the two areas. Same. So stand-alone term loans is usually for the acquisition of आपका that assets and others for the normal business. It is project finance which will include the working capital requirement for that particular project also. Means the activities plus the acquisition of long-term asset or the capital expenditure. So appraise all the financial need for the enterprise, including working capital margin during the project period. Determine the total long-term funds required before deciding the term loan and the promoter contribution. Require 8 step pillars आपका, we will be going through those. When it comes to standalone term loan, use when an existing enterprise buy a few new machineries without a major business volume or composition. Detailed techno economic feasibility or IRR is unnecessary in that case. We can rely on the core ratios as well as the cash flows of that particular business. So primarily around the 2-3 years, आपका projected DSCR is satisfactory in that particular case itself, right? So differences between term loan and the project appraisal. So project appraisal involve the evaluating all the financial need enterprise, including this. Just now we have gone through this particular one. So now this part is bit important. So this, please do remember this one. So when it comes to your आपका project appraisal, so what we have 8 key areas. First one is prima facie acceptability of project. Ensure that proposed industry or activity compile with the legal, regulatory, and banking norms. Check the guidelines. That is the case. Management appraisal, the another one. Evaluate competence, integrity, and experiences of promoters, management. Emphasis आपका 5 C's. Please do remember this. Sometime we'll get these particular one for half marks. तो 5 C's आपका character, capacity, capital, collaterals and conditions. Pre-sanction check आपका include interview, site visit and KYC compliances. Environmental appraisal आपका, we have all these particular certificates आपका. Then we have economic appraisal, macroeconomics factors affecting the project success. Look at market demands, competition, and long-term viability. Then we have market appraisal, analyze the demand, target customer, pricing trends, evaluate whether there is a sufficient demand for the proposed product or service. Technical appraisals, technical aspect, the process suitability, availability of raw material, infrastructure, and technology. Ensure technical feasibility of the project of the आपका company. Financial appraisal, review the financial viability by analyzing the past elements and others. So these are the 7 areas which are generally part of this particular one. So when it comes to cost of financial appraisal, cost of project and mean of finance. So cost of project, these are the sources where we have to these are the sources of finance and this is our kind of application. The cost and how we will fulfill these particular one, the sources from where we are going to fulfill these one. So like land, site, building, plant, machinery and this is the another area. So where we are going to आपका use that money or the cost will incur during that period. The 8th one is your आपका commercial appraisal. So far the 7 one is basically, this is your first, this is your second, management appraisal, environment appraisal is third. Then when it comes to the 4th one, economic appraisal, 5th, आपका 6th and 7th. Last one was financial appraisal. Now when it comes to the next one, which is your 8th one, commercial appraisal, it's very, very important. So assessment of business ability to generate enough profit to serve its debt in the term of आपका time and quantity. Even if all other appraisal are favorable, poor commercial viability can lead आपका loan default. So we have to be we have to take आपका question around this. We have to focus around ability to repay the loan, cuisine आपका or fallback in case of non-repayment, collaterals आपका, right? So here we do the break-even analysis, no profit, no loss analysis. When that project will reach the break-even point आपका, right? So break-even analysis is basically a simple formula, your fixed cost divided by contribution. Contribution, this is when it comes to contribution, the contribution is basically your selling price minus variable cost, right? That is contribution. Why it is called contribution? Because it is contribution toward the recovery of fixed cost, right? So a point where we will be achieving the no profit, no loss areas. So the break-even risk labels also, if it is less than 50, high, healthy, and if it is more than 85 आपका, that means we are facing some sort of issues in that particular case, right? So all these 8 steps आपका, they are a bit important for the examination purpose, right? So please do remember these things. This will help you in your areas. Commercial appraisal, which is something which is very, very important again. Now the next one we have appraisal of infrastructure project. Now infrastructure project, when it comes to, which include transport, energy, आपका और water and sanitation, communication, social, commercial infrastructure, आपका special features of infrastructure, long gestation period, high debt to equity ratio, and extended payback period. Because this is something like if a company is going for some sort of your kind of like, let's say if they are going for like a construction of highways, road, dam, airport, so that take 5 years, 10 years and others. So that means they will be generating profit after the completion of that particular project. For the next 5 years, they will be continuously spending money around that particular one, right? So they will be requiring some special provisions. So type of bank financing for infrastructure project, आपका टेक आउट फाइनेंस, बैंक collaborate with the institution like IDFC or other financial institution, help manage long-term fundings by allowing bank to transfer the loan to another institution after a certain period. We have inter-institutional guarantee. So bank issue guarantee for other lenders in infrastructure project. Issuing bank must have at least 5% funded stake in the project and perform due diligence and monitoring. Means, like, let's say if there is a 100 crore piece project, so you have at least 5% lending in that one, then only you can issue the guarantee. That means you have a आपका living interest in that particular project. So if you are providing guarantee to someone else, they'll rely on that particular one. Then next one we have financing promoters equity. So normally promoters equity should come from their own funds आपका, like let's say if the project is 100 crores, so how much we are as a promoter, you are going to invest in that one. It is not like the entire 100 crore rupees we are taking from the bank. So RBI allow exceptional for acquiring promoter shares in companies engaged in infrastructure under the strict condition also. So condition for exceptions, financing the promoter's equity in case, in what cases? Only for infrastructure companies and where our existing promoters are willing to divest as per the SEBI norms. Specialized entities set up to revive our trouble companies can be financed with due assessment to आपका risk and debt to equity ratio not exceeding 3:1. No defaulters, promoters, and directors should not be defaulter to bank or financial institution. Promoters contribution limit, bank finance should not exceed 50% of the funds required for acquiring stake. Security must be backed by आपका company being acquired while with आपका share accepted in normal cases. Margin requirement, stipulated margin must be maintained by the bank at all time. Loan tenures maximum for 7 years. Legal compliances, section 92 of BR Act, which generally govern this. Exposure limit, acquisition of equity must be within 40% cap of the bank net worth on the previous balance sheet date. Approvals आपका, proposal must be approved by the bank board and others, right? So these are the general guidelines around this particular one. Next one, appraisal and prudential requirement for infrastructure company, so due diligence. And we have special purpose vehicles, prudential norms, capital adequacy requirements, and आपका takeout finance. I guess this we have discussed. Potential for partial credit enhancement to corporate bonds. Please go through these particular one. Huh? There is some static related data. Partial credit enhancement to corporate bonds. So it is APA to improve the credit rating and marketability of bond issued by the companies or SPVs for the infrastructure funding. RBI framework allow bank to PCE up to 50% of bond size. Only 20% can be unconditional support. 30% must be contingent. Eligibility आपका bond must be rated at least triple B minus. PCE can't be offered to bonds not आपका rated or ineligible by the SEBI itself. Bank exposure, PC exposure should be treated as fund-based credit. The full amount must be provisioned and capitalized. Risk sharing, term of support, defaulter triggers, and thus are clearly agreed upon before bond issuance and others. So these are some guidelines related to partial credit encashment enhancement आपका from the RBI itself. Then we have financing of cost overrun. So financing of cost overrun means, like, let's say initially we were expecting the cost will be 100 crores, but actually down the line when we completed that project, it went up to 110 crores. So there is a आपका cost enhancement of 10 crore rupees. So standby by the credit facility. Globally, lenders provide standby credit facility at financial closure to fund the cost overrun. Disperse only when the आपका overrun occurs. So this is something what we are deciding in the beginning itself, right? If there will be आपका overrun, we will be lending at this particular rate and others. Pre-approved standby facility. If bank have sanctioned such facility during the initial financial closures, they may finance cost overrun as per the agreed terms. Post financial closure आपका, now we have disbursed the loan and others. If this situation if initial closure did not account overruns, bank may still finance due to DCCO extension up to 2 years from the infrastructure and 1 year from the non-infrastructure project without classifying the loan as a restricted asset in this. So we have interest during the construction आपका can be funded if delayed occurs. Other आपका overrun excluding IDCs can be 10% of original project. Debt to equity ratio from initial closure must remain unchanged or improve आपका, that is another condition. Fund for overrun to be disbursed only after the promoter contribution their shares after promoters contributed their shares in the project. All other loan must remain आपका unchanged and improve for the lenders. There is no default. 10% ceiling, 10% cost overrun ceilings apply to all overrun except IDC, including those due currency fluctuation or extended DCCO. What is this DCCO? We'll check this one. Okay. Ramaji sir, tell me what is DCCO? Date of commencement of commercial operation. Okay. DCCO means date of commencement of commercial operation. Okay. Sure. Now let's start the discussion, guys. We'll take a break for 5 minutes just after this unit, and then we'll continue. So, in modern banking practices, repayment assessment for term loan relies significantly on the projected cash flow adequacy and DSCR rather than only collateral आपका coverage. This is true. Working capital term loan may be considered by bank for restructuring irregular working capital liabilities into repayable term obligation subject to regulatory and viability consideration. Deferred payment guarantee are entirely risk-free. Completely wrong. Small standalone machinery replacement proposal is established business lender this for cash flow full scale projected appraisals with detailed IRR and technical this one. For small standalone machinery replacement, lenders may place a greater emphasis on incremental cash flow instead of this. IRR and these will help in case of project appraisal. Under the prevailing prudential norms, all working capital facilities sanctioned by bank are mandatorily repayable only through the fixed EMI. No, not necessarily. So 124. 124 means option C will be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? Option C will be right answer for this one. So a deferred payment guarantee began as a non-fund, but at the time of when that contingency occur, it can be आपका fund base also. Working capital facilities are generally structured differently from the retail loans, and this is the case. Next one, guys. So, environmental appraisal now commonly include assessment of climate risk exposure, waste management, compliances, sustainability reporting, obligation in addition to pollution आपका clearances true है. Under the RBI supervisory expectations, management appraisal may include assessment of the governance standards, forensic red flag. Forensic red flag is basically from past आपका any allegation on the management आपका by some regulatory bodies and others. Beneficial ownership transparency and digital compliance, this should be correct. Market appraisal primarily focus on historical accounting profitability, therefore exclude the competitive positioning, industry disruption and important आपका defense analysis. Market appraisal historical accounting, no, this is not the market appraisal where we are doing the competition, the demand, supply and others. Financial appraisal, sensitivity analysis and stress testing, cash flows, adverse scenarios and thus true है. Technical analysis आपका involve the evaluation of technology obsolescence, risk, cyber security and all are related to your technology. 1245. 1245 means option A will be right answer for this. But why only two people are answering, guys? Other people, what happened? These are very basic questions. Just only we have gone through all these areas, right? Next one. Dinner time, acha. Nice, nice. You can enjoy your dinner side by side, na? And for next 15 days, I'll have my dinner around 11 o'clock. So evening I eat something and then after 11 p.m. or like in the first after around after session. Otherwise, I'll get asleep. So आपका lower break even points generally indicate a greater resilience on the project against the fluctuation of sales volume, right? The ratios we have on less than 50 and more than 85. The contribution margin represent the excess of sales contribution margin sales over the fixed. No, contribution margin is आपका variable cost. This is wrong. Contribution is equal to your selling price minus variable cost, right? This is the आपका amount. Contribution is basically the part of fixed asset, आपका sales revenue over the fixed cost, and directly this is आपका first statement is true actually, but this is not directly used for DSCR. DSCR we will be including all the debt. In project appraisal, IRR is considered acceptable if when it exceed the weighted average cost or a capital of the project. This is true. NPV is, or if IRR is greater than 0, except if it is आपका less than 0, reject. Greater than 0 means आपका we are having higher ROI what we are investing. Sensitivity analysis may include combined adverse scenario to assess the whether our debt servicing ability remain sustainable under the stress scenario. Yes. DSCR analysis focus primarily on cash generation capability available for the servicing interest rate and payment obligation. That is also true. This should be correct, right? So 1345. 1345 means option B should be right answer for this particular one. Okay. So आपका this is contribution margin in excess of sale revenue over the variable cost and not आपका fixed cost. And the another one, all are others, correct here. Next one, guys. Infrastructure financing by bank in India are correct. So bank may provide partial credit enhancement only to bonds having pre-enhanced upper credit rating of triple B minus or above. And aggregate PC bank आपका cannot exceed 50% of the bond issue size. True है. A bank provide PCE to bond of infrastructure SPV is prohibited from extending. No, this is not आपका prohibited extending non-fund base. This should be wrong. In financing acquisition of promoter stake in infrastructure company, bank finance may normally extend up to 75%. 75% no. Acquisition consideration provide shares of the acquired company by plus this. Okay, we need to go through this. This seems wrong, but we'll recheck this. In case where the cost overrun arise due to delay in our commencement of commercial operation, bank may fund additional interest during the construction, and certain other overrun without classifying the account as restructured subject to prescribed condition. This is true. Under takeout finance arrangement, the objective of the primarily to mitigate the asset liability maturity mismatch arising from the long tenure infrastructure project, right? In financing acquisition to promoters stake in an infrastructure, bank finance may normally extend to 75% of the acquisition consideration. What do you suggest, guys? Ramanji sir is saying option D, and आपका Durgesh sir also D. हाँ, check this. D means you guys are saying third statement is correct, and 1, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll check the answer here. B आपका it's B. ठीक है. Third one is wrong. Infrastructure promoter equity financing tightly regulated. Bank finance is generally restricted to 50% of funding requirement for acquisition of promoter stake. Okay? So it is 50%, not the 75% in this particular case. I guess this was part of that content also, no? It was how much? Triple B, and somewhere it was mentioned, I guess 10% IDC. हाँ, it is आपका this PC up to 50% of bond issue. So we have 50%, and even this also we have further categorization. Only 20% can be unconditional support. Remaining 20 must be contingent in the nature itself, right? So that was the case आपका which was part of this particular one. So that's why B is the right answer, guys. Please do remember this. So B is the right answer for this particular one. Correct? Hai? Next question. Okay, so now we have credit delivery and straight through processing. Okay, so 21, unit number 21 is there, unit number 20. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. I'll fill my water and I'll take a tea. So then we will continue this particular. So we have 20, how many units total? Just a minute, huh? We have 26. 25 units, right? 20, we are at 21st. So 21st means 5 minutes. Okay, we'll try to cover maximum. Though I have scheduled 2 sessions for this one. But आपका 21, just take a 5-minute break, right? So 5-minute break, and then we will resume this particular one. Done, everyone, guys? So just allow me 5 minutes, and just after that we will resume and we will start. Hello, 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 hello. Shall we start, guys? So now the next unit is unit number 21, credit delivery and straight through processing. So now this is the stage where we are dispersing the money to the customers, right? Borrowers. So documentation is the first part, then third party guarantee, charge आपका the collaterals basically, position of security, dispersal of loan after this, then lending under the consortium and multiple banking, syndication of loan and straight through आपका loan processing or credit underwriting engine, right? So these are the areas which are generally part of this particular thing. Okay? So when it comes to the basic introduction around this, so basically, before the credit disperse, before the bank disperse money, advances loan, working capital, or your especially your term loan and project appraisal. Credit appraisal is essential for selecting right borrowers, assigning up a credit need, viability of operation and fixing suitable term and conditions. So the questions, these are the questions which generally arise. What documents should be obtained from the borrower and the guarantor so the bank has a proper legal recourse to recover the money in the event of default, right? Whether the charge is to be created on the primary or the collateral, whether the bank charge on security need to be registered with with any authority as prescribed by the law. Then we have whether securities should remain in position of borrowers or आपका loan house it should be disbursed. Issue check to the borrower's name or आपका borrower's account or आपका by any other methods, or what are the RBI guidelines in this particular respect. So these are the common questions which generally arise during this particular period. So now when it comes to the documentation part or the first phase itself, so documentation required for bank loan to ensure legal enforceability. So documentation, borrowers and guarantors must sign document to allow the bank to claim the primary security at the time of default. For collateral security, it is our owner must sign or become the guarantor list first. Like let's say home loan, so that position of that house or any other guarantee which is provided. So we should have the right claim at the time of default. So document are properly stamped before execution with date and place. Execution date is recorded. Signatories have authority and capacity. Signatories have given willingly. Signature are given willingly. There is no force. आपका documents are filled before signing. Then we have company charge are registered with ROC within 30 days. Please do remember this time frame. Sub-registrar registration is done within prescribed time limit. Then we have security interest and mortgage. आपका except in case of vehicle charge must be registered with CAIIB under section 26D of SARFAESI Act. Then we have specific asset like aircraft or ship require registration with आपका relevant authorities like DGCA or mercantile marine departments and others, right? In case of third party guarantee, when it comes to third party guarantee, so while the borrower's enterprise or individual is primary liability to pay the loan plus interest, principal plus interest, bank often insist on additional safety from the third party guarantee. These guarantee can act as a backup in case of default. So important point regarding the third party guarantee. So guarantor can be individual or any legal entity. In case of sole proprietorship or partnership, no need for the personal guarantee from the personal proprietors and the partners because they have unlimited liability. So we can seize their personal asset also. In case of companies and other legal entities, promoters, directors, trustees have limited liability. Therefore, bank frequently insists for personal guarantee to make jointly and severally liable to the company's debt itself, right? So RBI suggestions regarding the personal guarantee of director are generally helpful and desirable in companies, public or private, where shares are held closely by one person, connected person, or a group, irrespective of financial condition, security available. Exception is not required if management is vested in person or persons by court or any statutory order. Best practices: when personal guarantee is taken, it should preferably from the principal member of the group who hold shares in the borrowing company, means the core promoters are the directors, not the independent outside directors, right? Rather than the just professional and managerial director. Mostly, like, we have independent director, they get appointed for 5 years or with a gestation period of 5 years, then another 5 years. So, or any employee who get promoted as director, we are not suggesting in that case. Even if the company not closely held, a personal guarantee from director may still be justified to ensure continuity of good management. If company with good management later gets acquired by the different groups, the bank may face risk due to changes in management. Personal guarantee help आपका protect bank from such situation in others. Apart from this, personal guarantee of director are usually even in public limited companies, especially when the advances is granted on the unsecured basis. Public limited companies, where the financial, mean the listed companies, आपका position or the cash generation capacity not satisfactory, personal guarantee are useful even in the advance secured. When there is likely to be significant delays in creation, a charge on asset, a personal guarantee may taken to cover interim period between the loan disbursement and creation, आपका registration of charge also. In between also it can be taken. Parent company guarantee may be obtained in case of subsidiaries like Reliance and Geo case. Personal guarantee are relevant where the balance sheet shows irrevocable of funds between company and other groups. No commission, brokerage, remuneration should be paid by borrowers to the guarantors, आपका directly or indirectly in this particular case, right? So that is something about the personal guarantee. Now next one, charge over securities, the another important subtopic. So charge can be created on securities, both primary and collateral. Nature of security and operational in this. So primary and collateral. Primary, the loan, and the collateral, whatever they have provided for that to protect that loan. Procedures for creating a charge is same for both आपका primary as well as collateral. Only the owner of asset can create a valid charge over it, right? So we have the areas like mortgage, hypothecation, आपका pledge, lien and assignment. These are the different form of charge. So mortgage आपका immovable property, real estate, land building. When it comes to hypothecation, which is based on the let's follow this one. Yeah. So pledge, bailment of movable goods or asset as security for the payment of debt. Position passed to the lender in case of this, like gold jewelry and others. Hypothecation, charge for movable property. Position stays with the borrowers, vehicle, car loans and others. Mortgage आपका immovable property, land building. Ownership interest is transferred to the lender, but position remain with the borrowers. Home loan cases, lien, आपका a legal right of the lender retain position of the borrower's property or asset in case of आपका if debt is not fully paid. It is आपका right to retain, not necessarily right to sell आपका. So a bank existing lien on a fixed deposit are the example. Then we have last one is assignment. So when it comes to assignment, this is आपका based on the insurance policies. Like let's say if we have given some loan, so we ask for the insurance. So in case of default आपका, the benefit will like let's say home loan and other kind of cases or death of that owner. So we are taking these particular one. So life insurance policies and all that is generally helping in this particular case. Okay, so these are the areas which are generally part of this. Then we have dispersal of loan in case of working capital. we have आपका the foundation rule, sole bank, and your drawing powers. So all financial transaction must routed through the cash credit accounts in case of working capital. Drawing power आपका calculated by statement of current asset minus current liabilities. RBI guidelines for the borrowers 150 crores plus. So 60-40 ratio is there. 60% आपका in the case of loan component and 40% आपका cash credit, right? So for 60% we will be following the appraisal process of your term loan kind of. Bifurcation exclude the export credit limit and bill limit for a inland sale. Then next one आपका the tenure of the loan should be minimum 7 days. Credit conversion, the undrawn portion of cash credit or overdraft limit will attract आपका credit conversion factor of 20% while we calculating the risk weight assets and all. So that generally comes under this particular provision itself, right? So now dispersal of term loan and margin rule. So use for ready asset like housing or machinery. Borrower deposit margin upfront. Bank deposit loan and remit the entire amount directly to the suppliers. Like let's say in case of property, let's say if somebody is buying 1 crore rupees worth rupees आपका property, so minimum is how much? I guess the maximum lending is 70% or something. So means 30 lakh will be contributed upfront by the buyers and 70 lakhs remaining. Then 30 lakh to the bank. Then bank will disperse the 1 crore rupees to the your 30 lakh आपका will be 30% equity will be contributed by buyers. 70% will be directly lended by the bank to the आपका builder itself, right? So project finance guidelines, when it comes to this, the promoters bring their entire contribution upfront before banks start dispersing in case of project. The method too, this is something which is very important. Your bank adopt one of the method for the project object. Like let's say the promoters contribution, suppose that if it is 30%, so they are contributing 30% upfront or whatever. Like let's say if this is 100 crore rupees project, 30 crores they are upfront after they are investing, or promoters bring certain percentage like 30-40, let's say 50% आपका, तो 25 crores 15 crores they are lending upfront, investing upfront, and remaining in आपका stages, like next year some amount, then next year आपका some amount in this. Then third one is ab initio, promoter bring equity funds आपका proportionately alongside with the bank finance आपका, ठीक है? Like let's say there is a ratio and accordingly both आपका contributing their money in that particular project. So this we have discussed, right? Now next one, multiple lenders, consortium and multiple banking. So consortium is basically a formal agreement between the lead bank and the other bank involved in that particular case. So member bank आपका designate lead bank to आपका Crismo Red to handle the assessment, documentation and charge creation and monitoring. So basically there is a formal agreement between lead bank and other banks, and on the behalf of other banks, lead bank is doing all these things. In case of multiple banking, each bank who is participating in that particular project finance, they are independently doing the assessment. No formal agreement between bank, requires strict vigilance and information sharing. आपका RBI guidelines and fraud prevention and information sharing. So declaration, obtain declaration of credit facilities during the fresh loan grant. Quarterly exchange, mandatory exchange of information on the borrower's account, conduct at least quarterly. Professional creation आपका certification, professional certification, obtain regular certification from CACS and this. CIC integration आपका ratings. Then we have prerequisite, no fresh sanction or renewal can occur without adhering to the information sharing mandates and others which are generally also required in this particular case. The next one we have syndication of loan. So this is आपका when two or more banks sharing a long-term loan to a borrowers to distribute the risk. Borrower approach to a lead bank which arrange the loan amount and coordinate with other banks. These banks appraise the project proposal based on their policies, agrees on term and make the collective decision. The lead bank handle the license work, organize meeting and disseminate the information, typically charge syndication fee for the from the borrowers itself, right? Next one. Okay. Next one we have STP. This is again very important one because nowadays we are for especially for retail loan or SMEs loan, we are using this particular platform, which is आपका streamlining the process for the quick decision making or fast decision making, right? So strategic benefit, free up the human resource to focus on complex bespoke cases, scale the customer base exponentially, uh, ensure 100% regulatory compliances, uniformity and rapid turnaround time. Current trend आपका currently we are using it around the retail and personal loan into complex MSMEs and commercial lending also we are starting using this particular one. So basically the full automation of entire loan sanction process from loan application to final disbursement with little to no manual interferences, right? So that generally comes under this particular. So basically it is helping around all these particular one. It is a kind of a software which we have already given the instruction. Based on those instructions, that is providing us आपका output, right? It is similar to that MIS system and all, right? So the software must perfectly capture the specific parameter of the lender's loan policy, complex आपका lending decision, ratio analysis and others. They are generally part of this. Real world exposure like electronic linkage to आपका unique identification authority of India, allow instant biometric verification, result eliminate manual documentation checking, reduce turnaround time to minute and ensure unbiased uninfluenced credit decision in this particular case itself. So this is again आपका which is bit important from this particular area itself, right? So it is using basically your आपका the big data and the integration of machine learning and AIs, and which is helping us in the quickly approval of these particular loan proposals, right? Chalo, now let's start with the practice, guys. Santosh sir, I have uploaded आपका 2 session already on application. This we will also upload, so you can आपका download from the application. हाँ. So charge created by companies are generally required to be registered with ROC within 30 days from the creation of charge. This आपका is correct. Yes, option C people are saying. Registration of security interest with Karze is important for enforcement under this. This is also true. Improperly stamped loan documents may face restrictions in admissibility as evidence unless regularized. True है. Next one is charge over aircraft, and this will be requiring a registration from the DGCA and after that Marine Authority. A third party owner collateral security need not have any legal, they must. So 1, 2, 3, 4, option C will be right answer for this particular one, right? So आपका the specialized agencies are there, right? So DGCA and all, and this is आपका incorrect. Collateral belong to the person other than borrowers. Next one, guys. So, considering current banking practices, RBI guidelines provision of this prudential risk management norms relating to third party guarantee, which of the following statement are correct? In case of closely held companies, bank may transfer guarantee from the principal shareholders, promoters, rather than the professional directors. This is true. A bank can insist upon the undertaking restricting changes in management without lender consent, even the personal guarantee are waived. A bank can insist upon the undertaking restructuring changes in management without lender consent, even where the personal guarantee are waived. This should be correct now. Last time I guess we discussed this statement. Yeah. Personal guarantee are irrelevant once the loan is fully secured. No, this is wrong. This question we have discussed, I guess. Parent company guarantee may be considered where the subsidiary borrowers has a weak financial and inadequate standalone cash flows. True hai. The payment of guarantee commission by the borrower's company to guarantor is generally discouraged by RBI. Payment of commission, this is true, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 means option A. Yes, option A should be right answer for this particular. What you guys saying? Srikant sir and Ramanji sir is saying option B. 3. Bank can undertake the restriction change in amendment. Bank can instead upon and undertaking restricting changes in management without lender consent, even the personal guarantee are waived. We'll check this one. I guess this we discussed this particular one earlier also. Even where the guarantee are waived, lender may obtain undertaking management changes will not occur without the prior consent, especially to the आपका preserve continuity and the quality itself. So we are not doing this. So this is आपका a bank insist upon the undertaking restricting charges. A bank can insist upon undertaking restricting charges in management without lender consent where the personal guarantee are waived. This should be wrong then. This should be wrong. Sorry. And the statement also is wrong here. So means if we erase this 145 we do not have in this case. Even आपका the guarantee are waived, lender may obtain undertaking that management changes will not occur without the prior consent, especially to preserve the continuity in this. This is state here it is fine. आपका a bank can insist upon the undertaking restricting the changes in management without lender consent. It should be with lender consent then. If we are marking this particular one as correct, so then it should be with lender consent, right? Now then it will be only आपका the correct statement. Here it is आपका correctly mentioned without prior consent, undertaking that the management changes will not occur without the prior consent of lenders. This is the one. So first one case आपका yes. So here it is आपका should be correct, right? It should be within that case. What I can interpret. Okay, please go through this. So charge over securities, dispersal of loan. Which of the following statement are correct? And Durgesh sir, it should be with, na? Because the explanation it is clearly mentioned, but in the question itself it is mentioned without lender consent. Restricting charges in management without lender consent. Just allow me 1 minute, guys. I'll rejoin this session. Can you see this, guys? There is a power cut actually. Can you see the question? Yes, okay. हाँ. चलो. Now, आपका just a minute. So, under Indian banking law, a valid charge over an asset can generally be created only by the lawful owners or a person duly authorized by the owner of the asset. True है. Second one is in hypothecation arrangement, possession of movable asset normally remain with the borrowers. Unlike pledge where actual or constructive possession shift in favor of the lender. This should be true. Third one is a bank generally calculate drawing power solely on the basis of total current asset shown audited financial statements. Do not rely on periodic. We do. For large exposure with the aggregate working capital limit of 150 crores and above, banking system RBI guidelines require minimum loan component आपका that 60 or 40 wala case. That is true, right? The next one is in consortium lending arrangement, only the lead bank is responsible for ensuring compliances with RBI norms relating to bifurcation of working capital into cash credit and loan component. No, so sorry. We have to go through this statement again. Statement 5 is in consortium banking agreement, only the lead bank responsible for ensuring compliances with RBI. No, other bank also require the आपका this should be wrong now. In project financing, RBI has expressed concern for the proportionate infusion of promoters' equity alongside bank debt throughout the implementation phase may increase equity funding risk. आपका this is also true. And undrawn portion of sanction cash credit or overdraft facilities for creation large borrowers may attract a prescribed credit conversion factors for capital adequacy purpose and thus that is true, right? So means 12467 12467 option B. What you guys are saying? Option B Ramanji sir is saying. Option C Srikant sir is saying. 12467 option B should be right answer for this one. Not visible kya? Option, we'll check this one. There are many statement. Option B is the right answer. What was option C? 124 5 is wrong. What is 5? Responsibility in collective in आपका consortium lending, all members are individually jointly expect to ensure the compliance is this about the compliances and all, right? So this is something आपका which is not compliances things are individually they have to manage and the other part. That's why this is wrong. 6-1 is correct. Now it is fine kya? Okay. Okay, just a minute, huh? The power. Now, okay. The last question, I hope you got this now. So this was around the fifth statement in consortium arrangement. Only lead bank responsible for compliance with RBI. It was not around the arrangement of loan. It was around the compliances with RBI norms. No. Other bank also, if they are participating in that loan, there will be RBI guidelines must be fulfilled by all, right? So that's why that statement was wrong, right? Next one. Well, it is not about the arrangement or the ACA appraisal and others. It was around the compliances. Next one, guys, everyone, please quickly go through the question and try to answer this. In consortium lending, the lead bank generally coordinate appraisal, monitoring, and documentation. Now this is true of RBI presently require all large borrower to compulsorily borrow. RBI require all large borrowers. There is no compulsion. Though there is no compulsory things after. Bank are encouraged to exchange information regarding the derivative transaction and has upper foreign for the common borrowers. Multiple banking arrangement always involve a formal agreement among all leading banks. No, sorry. Multiple banking arrangement always involve a formal agreements. It is not always na side consortium. It is there is no upper formal basically. Bank may include clause of loan agreement permitting exchange of borrowers credit information in this too. So 135 means option A will be right answer for this particular. Very good, guys. Next one. So in syndicated loan arrangement, lead bank generally perform coordination, documentation, standardization, information sharing function, while participating lenders independently undertake their own credit appraisals and sanction decision. Under the current banking practices, syndicated loan necessarily require equal exposure. Wrong here. The next one is our AI-based credit underwriting model used in STP system may improve consistency and turnaround time, but they can still generate आपका bias outcome if trained on incomplete and skewed आपका data set. True है. The instruction matter a lot basically, and that is a machine only, right? So integration of STP system, external database such as account aggregator, GST, and credit bureaus may strengthen real-time risk assessment capabilities in digital lending ecosystem. The next one is automated underwriting system eliminate all operational risk are always there. Modern commercial lending practices increasingly use hybrid credit model in automated score based screening supplemented by humans. आपका true है. The next one is regulatory expectations regarding the digital lending and model governance increasingly emphasizes accountability, explainability, data privacy, accountability in AI assisted lending. This true है. तो 134 13467 1, 3, 4, 6, 7 means option C should be right answer for this particular one. Correct, guys? So statement 2 is incorrect. Syndicated loan exposure are not required to be equally shared. Then आपका 5-1 is wrong. Automation reduce creation, certain operational inefficiencies but cannot eliminate the fraud or cyber risk, or this and other statement are correct. Right. Next one. Okay. Now we have next unit is very small unit. It is all about the LRM. Only subtopic what we can say, that is आपका LRM. So loan review mechanism. So this is credit control or your आपका monitoring. So basically it is the stage where we have given loan to the customers or post dispersal areas where we are monitoring the activities. So आपका continuous post dispersal monitoring, despite excellent initial appraisal, default risk increase over time due to dynamic business environment. Credit control or credit audit or LRM play आपका 3 critical role in this case. First, आपका exposure intended use, to ensure that the funds provided by the bank are put to be intended use and continuous to be used properly. No diversion. Any diversion of bank funds out of the business for unauthorized use within the business should be detected and stopped. The second one is monitoring projection. Ascertain that the business continue to run on the projected line. If there is any deterioration, the same should be noticed and appropriate action initiated by the bank in consultation with the borrowers to ensure business continue on a visible line. The next one is after escalation and recovery. If deterioration continue despite of appropriate action, bank should decide if any hard action like आपका recalling the advance or seizing the security is necessary. Early detection आपका prevent the deterioration of available security and maintain recovery areas. So basically it is something ki what we are trying ki with this we are monitoring the existing assets आपका, and wherever we are lacking something, so we are trying to fix those one. And even if the condition is becoming worsening, so if the condition is worsening, so we are trying to protect the bank value itself. So importance purpose of LRM is managing bank advances, ensure funds are used intended purpose, there is no diversion, confirm the business continue to operate projected and timely action, direct आपका continue deterioration early and decide on necessary step itself, right? So they generally comes under this one. Tool and methods for the credit monitoring or the LRM. So the major one, conduct of account with a bank, reversal financial health through the overdraft, आपका delayed payment and a return of check or bill. Then we have periodic information submission, regular report on stock and receivables, stock receivable audit, verify stock label and receivables or A's or accuracy by third party audit, financial statement in audit, annual financial report help आपका profitability, periodic visit and inspections provide insight into operations, stock levels and आपका status of secured asset itself, right? Apart from this, interaction with the creditors and debtors, offering additional perspective on the borrower's financial standing, scrutiny of the other bank accounts, monitoring borrowers account with the other one, market report, industry and business segment report, nominee of the company board. In rare cases, bank may appoint a nominee to the borrower's board for the closer monitoring. Then credit audit, internal or external review of credit risk management practices with focus on large exposure and the risk mitigation, right? So these are the objective which we are trying to achieve with this. RBI guidelines on credit audit and credit control monitoring. The objective of credit audit, which include improve the quality of credit portfolio, sanction process for large loan, ensure regulatory compliances, independently assess the credit risk, आपका detect early warning signals and recommend आपका remedies, recommend corrective actions to improve the credit quality and the staff competency also. Structure and credit audit department assigned to a dedicated department or the inspection and audit departments. Module D is all about the early warning signals or the audit compliances and everything. Function of credit audit department is process audit report and analyze findings, advise relevant team and follow up with the controlling authorities, report to top management, ensure proper responses and closure of audit report, maintain data on audited आपका advances also. Apart from this, scope and coverage, so portfolio review, uh, evaluate the quality of credit and investment portfolios, recommend improvements and ensure risk diversification, loan review, review sanction process and compliance post sanction, include all proposals, large account and random sampling, cover the associated or sister concern if below the cutoff itself, action point for review, ensure policy and regulatory compliances, verify documentation, risk assessment, follow up, identify early risk signals and आपका suggest solution. Frequency of review, high risk आपका in every 3 months, average risk आपका every 6 months, low risk आपका once in a year. Review journal guidelines, procedure and risk assessment methods also. Then we have procedures for credit audit. आपका conduct on site at the branch and sanction the loan and hold the operative credit limit. Account conduct information is obtained from the respective branches. Credit auditors are not required to visit the borrower's premises. Legal audit आपका the title documents. Bank must verify genuineness of the documents. When it comes to loan more than 5 crores, 5 crore and above, must undergo आपका periodic audit and re-verification. Audit must continue until the loan is fully repaid. Bank must submit quarterly review notes and आपका board or audit committee on the status and finding of legal audits and others, right? So the entire loan review mechanism or the credit audit process, the steps involved in that case, right? With one question only, we will be revising the entire unit. So under the standard drawing power assessment practice, receivable outstanding beyond the stipulated aging norms are generally excluded while calculating the eligible current asset of the working capital finance. Credit audit in bank continued only the verification of documents, does not include आपका review of credit assessment methodology और आपका portfolio quality wrong है. It does include these one. Diversion of routing the transaction to another bank may be treated as a early warning signals, right? The next one is RBI guidelines credit audit framework permit risk-based frequency of review with high risk account being subject to more frequent every quarter, mid risk आपका 6 month and आपका low risk once in a year. True है. Stock audit are primarily intended to identify the verify the reliability of stock statement and security position in large or complex borrowing things. Correct है. Appointment of bank nominee director on the board of this prohibited under the name. It is in case of आपका when there is a huge exposure on that particular company, that act allows to appoint the company director, so we can have close monitoring. The next one is modern credit monitoring practice include portfolio level review and concentration risk analysis in addition to आपका account specific exemptions, right? This is also true. So means 1, 3, 4, 5. What you guys suggesting? Option D or A? 1, 3, 4, 5. 1, 3. 4 is correct आपका, not A. आपका 1, 3, 4, 5, 7. 100%. So option D should be right answer for this particular one. So for second statement, credit audit has now much broader scope. It reviews sanction process, portfolio quality, and this. What was option A? This is आपका. This was easy actually. Bank may appoint आपका nominee directors in select large or stress account where the monitoring of management decision become necessary in that particular case also. Okay, next one. Okay, so only one question, then the entire topic आपका which generally comes under this particular one. Now next one, credit management and credit rating. The next one we have credit management and credit rating. So now this is, so the managing the credit risk, factor affecting credit risk, mitigation आपका, core ratings, internal methodology, use of credit derivative, CDS and CLN, which are part of this, RBI guidelines in this. This unit is mostly from your BFM area, right? So all the things which are part of your BFM things, all kind of a summary version you will see in this case. So not after that much difficult. Once you'll go through this, the core areas, you will be able to attempt correctly. So when it comes to the banking risk आपका, तो we have operational due to failure in process or internal things and all. Credit risk आपका, the obligor risk, borrower risk and all, fund based, and it can arise in fund based and non-fund based. Market risk आपका, adverse market move. So here we will be talking around the credit risk. So credit risk आपका external, which will majorly impact your entire portfolio. The concentration risk, concentration आपका on a specific industry or economy, geography, that is the case. When it comes to transaction internal, it is transaction oriented, like आपका default, spread risk आपका. Then we have this is due to mismatch in asset liability things and all. Negative NIM and आपका NII. Downgrade risk, especially in case of where we have invested in bonds or any other security, long-term security of a company, or we have given loan for a longer period. Project appraisal also can be, and recovery risk also. So these are the areas which generally comes under this one, right? So in external factor affect borrower's business, repayment capacity. These are the areas, and आपका credit portfolio quality of the bank in case of land. When it comes to internal factors, overexposure to specific sectors, overexposure to the areas आपका, right? Please do follow this one, huh? If there is something given in opposite one. Excessive lending to cyclical industries, ignoring loan purpose, faulty loan structuring, weak loan policies, which is something which is related to the bank itself. Step to mitigate आपका this. So we have macro label measures, set exposure limit across the sector to ensure diversification, regularly review the loan policies, classify and periodically review the credit portfolio quality to avoid any shock, formulate आपका stress resolution strategies, restructuring, recovery and compromise and write-offs. When it comes to micro label, आपका strengthen the appraisal, sanctioning, monitoring process, review individual loan proposal carefully, collateral security, personal and corporate guarantee and escrow mechanism, use credit derivatives, credit ratings and scoring system. For large exposure, reduce risk by a consortium or multiple banking, use derivatives for the risk transfer also. Right, so internal and external. Now the next one is credit rating objectives. Now in credit rating objectives, so basically these are the rating agencies which generally provide some sort of, like, they do the thorough analysis of that particular organization, and they rate the company. So based on their ratings, even RBI also allow, there are many RBI aggregated rating agencies. So we can use their rating as one parameter out of many, right? So let's say there are 10 parameters on which we are making that decision. One can be this. So while two projects may have similar feature in this, so decision, it help you in decision making, provide definitive framework for accepting, rejecting, and accepting the credit proposal, risk adjusted pricing, determining the exact pricing, especially calculating the appropriate rate of interest. If your rating, like let's say in case of individual borrowers, if rating is around आपका 600 point or like let's say nearby that, so interest risk is high, interest charge will be higher side. Or if it is about 900 points, so the rating is high means आपका the risk is low in that case. Macro evaluation and provisioning, the downgrade, आपका let's say we have invested in bond or given long term loan. So if the rating agencies are downgrading that particular company, so that means the probability of default will increase, right? So macro evaluation and provisioning to facilitate evaluation of the total credit portfolio by classifying individual account, by aggregate data surveys and decision making tool for bank assessment management and आपका potentials also, right? So here we have RBI aggregated rating agencies, domestic आपका, these are the one, and international आपका, we have these the topmost आपका in the international label itself. So methodology of credit ratings. So we generally rate the आपका, they talk around the promoters management quality and available securities, financial aspect, analyze through the financial statements आपका. The next one we have business, industry, and projected specific risk also. So bank use their own rating model based on the loan policies and risk perception to assess credit risk. These model assign the various risk areas, the core categories which generally comes under this one. So these score help determine the borrower's rating, the probability of default, and facility ratings आपका loss given default in that particular आपका dedicated facility itself, right? Carol sir, it is already there. If you see the live section आपका, so it will be already there. Huh? In live section आपका, it will be previous video, right? Chalo. Now credit derivatives. So nowadays credit derivative is another important rule for the आपका transferring the risk. The good thing about the credit derivative is while you are going for the risk mitigation, you are not transferring the asset, you are transferring risk only. But in return, we are paying the some premium. So it is decreasing the overall profitability on the asset. So it is आपका credit derivative are utilized to hedge the inherent risk within a credit asset without actually transferring the asset. Like for conventional loan आपका, like let's say some bonds and others tradable loans, we can use आपका CDS if we have invested in that company's one. So what we are doing, we are entering into credit default swap, or in case of non-conventional, mostly after the loan and others, we can go for CLN, where we have SPVs. They are आपका providing some sort of security, right? So it is like bank is not transferring their asset, they are just transferring their risk. So the areas, the feature, hedging premium. Now, when you are entering in these kind of agreement, it will come up with some cost, some pricing, that amount which you are paying to the protection seller. So that is your hedging. So the hedging function must, like insurance, meaning it comes with a premium cost. A written impact, it if the anticipated risk does not materialize, so ultimately the premium amount you are paying that will lapse. Evolution of आपका areas. So we have the different like earlier we used to have, today also we have these particular one, the major one. But apart from this, the new generation product like CDS and CLN. They are generally part of your curriculum itself, right? So CDS is basically where we have one reference आपका, like let's say your bond issuer, the company, suppose that Reliance, then आपका the lending bank, let's say they have there is a XYZ bank who lended 100 crore rupees in this particular bond. Now the bond is for 10 years. So anytime if the company collapses, there is a huge loan. So what we are doing, we have some other bank or other financial institution, we have taken some protection from this one. So protection seller, which makes some sort of, we have entered into an agreement कि if this reference entity will default, we will pay the outstanding balances in that particular case, right? So principal plus interest both. So now, and in return, they are getting some premium. If that contingency occur or if that company actually default, so we will get the outstanding balance. If not, the premium, that is the profit of this protection seller in that particular case itself, right? So the instruments, a bilateral contract where the risk seller pay a premium to the आपका buyer. Risk seller means the lender, right? Who is selling the risk to the buyer आपका, right? In case of default, offer only on negotiable or publicly tradable non-conventional bank loan आपका, sorry, it is conventional means the term loan and others, non-conventional like bonds and other kind of things, and CLN is for the conventional loan, right? Only plain vanilla CDS are allowed, okay, without any term and conditions, okay. So this is a plain agreements. There is no if and but आपका involved in that case. Coverage आपका default protection is strictly limited to principal and interest. Protection buyer, the आपका the risk seller basically bank, protection seller the another bank or any other entity, and reference entity like lender have given this, like in our case it is Reliance and others. So that is the another case. Then next one we have CLN, the another tool. So risk is transferred to special purpose vehicle. So here we have a mediation by the SPPs issuing note to investor. Then they connect आपका, they issue note to the investors. Investor fund are invested in highly आपका quality securities. Investor earn fixed and variable return on those particular one. If default occurs, if there is no default, investor get money back at the time of maturity. If default, funds are used to compensate the risk seller आपका, ठीक है, the bank itself or the lender itself. So that is the your areas which generally comes under this. So these two instruments which are part of the credit derivatives, very important one, please do remember this thing. And RBI आपका the next one is RBI guidelines on credit risk management. So RBI issued guidelines to enhance the credit risk management practices in bank. Independent credit appraisal that is suggested, sensitivity analysis, equity source verification. So bank must आपका genuine sources of promoters equity and avoid misinterpretation due to multiple leveraging, especially with the group of companies or SPVs. Director identification through the DIN numbers, verification against willful defaulter list, clarification on fraud, fund diversion, auditors आपका engagement or their report, and आपका board oversight also. So that generally comes under this particular. The next area we have CICs, so credit information companies. So we have 4 CICs in India, right? So governed by the Credit Information Companies Regulation Act 2005, that Civil was the first CIC 2000 आपका which get established. Mandatory membership, every credit institution must be member of at least one CIC. And now this was the earlier rule 2005, but in 2015, furthermore, RBI direct mandate all the credit institution must submit आपका data to all CICs and others. Information must be updated regularly on a monthly basis. They can आपका charge but cannot exceed आपका 5,000. A membership is 10,000. Willful defaulter bank must submit list of suit filed and non-suit filed accounts of willful defaulter of 25 lakh and above on monthly or more frequently for the easier real-time accessibility in this case, right? So we have these APA four CICs in India. This we have gone through, right? Next one we have Central Repository of Information on Large Credit, CRILC, established by RBI to collect, store and share credit data to help lenders manage credit risk effectively. Reporting requirement: bank must report all borrowers with the fund based and non-fund based exposure of 5 crore and above. 5 crores and above. Important point, please do remember this. Reporting include classification of special mention account. Crop loan are exempted from this particular one, but other agriculture loan must be reported. Exclusion: interbank exposure with these particular one not required to report. Additional guidelines: bank must also report current account balances, debit or credit of 1 crores and above. Reporting is mandatory if client name आपका appear in the pen master. Even non fund base or आपका fund no fund base or non fund base exposure is exist in that case. The system enhance transparency, early recognition of stress asset across the areas, right? So these were the some important or all the important, not some आपका, most almost all the important areas from this particular unit, right? Chal. Now let's practice. Mayank sir, very good evening. Very late, huh? So principle of credit risk management and banking regulation. So credit risk is a non-fund based facility, may arise when bank guarantee is invoked or letter of credit आपका devolve on the issuing bank. True है? So it is mostly contingent in nature. So it depend on the future occurrence, right? Under modern banking practices, concentration risk can arise from excessive pressure to a single industry, borrower group in this concentration risk आपका, where we have excessive exposure to a single industry or economy or a geography. Expected credit loss, ECL framework generally require bank to recognize credit impairment only after the actual default. No, if आपका that early warning system also, and if there is a आपका asset impairments, then also we can go for this. Credit risk mitigation at a micro level may include collateral security, escrow management in this, true. Consortium lending and securitization mechanism may help bank distribute, transfer large exposure. This 1, 2, 4, 5, very easy one. Option A will be right answer for this particular one. Very good, Durgesh sir, Ramanji sir. ECL system followed under the framework such as IFRS, increasingly influenced by globally and forward looking. Bank eliminate probable future losses before they actually आपका become default, right? Next one, guys. So based on the current banking and credit risk management practices, you have to find out the correct one. Internal credit rating in bank are used not only for sanction decision but also for pricing, monitoring, provisioning, portfolio risk management and others. Yes, true hai. Under modern credit frameworks, borrower rating primarily reflect the probability of default, facility specific आपका loss given. Just now we have gone through this. External credit rating assigned by the aggregated credit rating agencies may influence regulatory capital treatments of certain exposure under the RBI norms. External rating agency created rating हाँ बिल्कुल 100% true. The next one is credit rating model in bank rely exclusively on no, it is आपका qualitative as well as quantitative, right? So mostly CRA's report are qualitative. They have आपका integration of quality and quantity. They provide the outlook also about the businesses. Periodic review of the credit rating is necessary because macroeconomics conditions, sectorial development, and borrower conduct materiality after this one. True है? तो 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5 means option B will be right answer. Very good, Durgesh sir, Ramanji sir. So the only statement incorrect was this: modern credit rating system combine both quantitative and qualitative parameters. Beside these particular, they generally provide the how the market is doing and what we can expect. Aapka, they provide outlook for next 6 months or the other areas or for the given rating time duration also. So that generally comes under this particular one. Correct? Very good, Mayank sir. Nice. Other people also, guys. Try. In the context of contemporary banking regulation, risk management practices, and present this. So we have to find out the correct one. So current Indian regulatory framework, only plain vanilla single CDS are generally permitted. In this is true. CLN structure SPB typically invest the proceed from the investor to high quality collateral securities, transferring the this true. Third one, RBI expect lender to rely primarily on borrower appointed auditors. No, ठीक है, they are internal auditors, not this. Wrong है. Bank are expected independently verify the identity of directors through the identifiers like DIN and others. Yes. RBI guidelines on infrastructure lending encourage lenders to conduct stress testing and scenario analysis covering the factors such as overrun and this. True hai? 1, 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 4, 5 means option A will be right answer for this particular. Very good. Yes, Durgesh sir, Ramanji sir, Mayank sir, good, well done. So RBI has clarified bank may engage in their own independent auditor for the specific. And even when it comes to the risk side, it is promptly suggested that we should focus on we should more rely on the internal team aapka, rather than the external one. Come on guys, very well done. So based on the this areas information credit information system and this, so all scheduled commercial bank and notify institution to at least one of the this CIC and regulation 5. As per regulation 5, this is true. 15 आपका which made the amendments, right? India currently has 4 major आपका areas including TransUnion Civil, Experson, and this is also correct. Under the RBI framework, lenders are generally expected to furnish borrower credit information to CIC on periodic basis. Mostly it is monthly basis, right? True hai? Yes, correct hai. Next one, the central repository of information on large credit was created primarily to maintaining the retail. No, it is for the large borrowers more than 5 crores aapka, right? So that is wrong. And current account 1 crores, I guess. Bank are required to report certain large stress borrowers account and specify credit exposure to CRILC for system-wide monitoring in this. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5 means option D will be right answer for this. CRILC is not meant for retail credit आपका. It is RBI operated repository designed for the monitoring large credit exposures and others, which generally comes under this particular one. D is the right answer for this. Next, okay. Now we have restructuring, second last unit. Restructuring, rehabilitation, and recovery. This is kind of a now the last option available to the bank. So now we have given loan, everything is done. Now customer become आपका defaulter, NPA is defined. Now during that NPA, while we doing the assessment, we are trying to solve in three ways. One is restructuring or rehabilitation, or आपका the last resort, which is recovery, right? So we have credit default and stress NPA things, willful defaulter. We have willful or willful defaulter and non-cooperative, right? So willful is basically they have ability but they are not paying, right? And they have declared themselves defaulter, right? The another one is non-cooperative borrowers is they are not allowing bank to acquire those आपका securities and all. They are not giving proper access to those particular securities by giving some sort of excuses. They are delaying those particular one. Option available for banks to assess it. RBI guidelines, available framework, sale of financial asset, right? So form of default, like we have given these type of loan to the customers. Now it can become आपका if they are not paying. So it occur or reasonably certain. That is आपका NPA pipelines. This is the one. PCR आपका your provisioning divided by gross NPAs and others, right? So these are the areas which generally what is NPA and others. The asset classification. Today only we talk about all these particular things. I hope everyone remember. So the first area is willful defaulter. So when it comes to willful defaulter, intentionally default despite having capacity to pay, diversion or chiffoning of borrowed funds, आपका disposing of secured collateral without the lender knowledge. So that is your willful defaulters. Non-cooperative borrowers, ability to pay but deliberately thwart the recovery, deny access to financial asset or the collaterals, obstruct the sale of the securities. So these are the two terminologies. Then we have cutoff limit 5 crores aggregate exposure. A fresh exposure necessitates higher provisioning when you are going for the restructuring, and reporting to CRILC within 21 days from the end of the quarter. That is the provision for this one. Publication of photographs rule आपका. So required board approval policy, like if there is a willful defaulter, we can publish their photograph on the bank branch, but it required board approval policy. No discrimination is there. Exempted in case of education loan with the recommendations of your NHRC and all, right? NHRC, that is generally part of this. So willful defaulter and non-cooperative, it will come again. Diversion and chiffoning of funds. Diversion is basically you are using, let's say we have borrowed some money for the any business purposes. We are using for the business purposes, but it is unrelated areas. Like the objective at a time when we borrow that money, it was something else, but we are using for some other purpose. So short-term working capital for long-term. So that is related to business only, but we are not using that fund for the आपका defined purpose. Transferring fund to subsidiaries or group, routing funds through the non-consortium bank without permission, unapproved investment in the equity or debt instruments, unaccounted shortfall in the fund आपका deployments. When it comes to chiffoning, this is more dangerous. We are using for the non-business related activities. We have borrowed money for the business purpose. As a director or promoters, we are using for the personal purpose, right? Fund utilized for a purpose unrelated to the operation to determine the financial health of the entity or the lenders, right? Determining chiffoning relies on the objective judgment of the lender based on the fact and circumstances itself. So chiffoning and your आपका these are the cases of chiffoning of funds. ठीक है? Sorry, diversion and आपका the another part is chiffoning of funds. I hope this is clear. Non-cooperative borrowers, a non-cooperative borrowers is defaulter who default in timely payments of the due despite having ability. They are not providing necessary information sought by the lenders. They denying access to asset financial collaterals, obstructing the sale of that particular. A non-cooperative borrower is one who deliberately put up stone walls against the lender's legitimate efforts in that particular case itself, right? So here we have key guidelines for bank and financial institution, cutoff limit for classification, apply to borrowers having aggregate fund and non-fund base 5 crore and more from the आपका concerned bank or financial institution. In case of a company, include company plus its promoters and directors. In case of other entities, include person in charge and responsible for management of business. Classification process, bank must have a transparent mechanism to classify borrower as a non-cooperative. A single or isolated statement should not be based on the base for the classification. Director, deputy managers, and consisting of two other senior officers, general manager rank or above, are as a decide by the board itself. So, how we generally categorizing this? So, cause notice and personal hearing. If the committee conclude the borrowers is non-cooperative, it must issue so cause notice to the borrowers. After considering borrower submission, the committee issue a final order recording the borrowers as a non-cooperative. Review committee, then order passed by the first committee must be reviewed by the higher review committee headed by chairman, CEO, MD, consisting of two independent directors. Then the order become final only after confirmation by the review. Then reporting to CRILC within 21 days. Right? Then half yearly review and declassification. The board of the bank or financial institution must review status of non-cooperative borrowers half yearly basis. Disclassification is allowed only if borrower should return to the credit discipline and cooperative dealings. Removal must separately reported to CRILC with a proper reasoning. Higher provisioning implications. Once a borrower is classified non-cooperative, any fresh exposure to such borrowers attract higher provisioning. Higher provisioning in is also allowed required for the standard asset. Any other company where non-cooperative borrower is a board of director or any firm in which borrower in charge of the management also. So non-cooperative borrowers, how we generally define the entire journey itself, right? Done eh? Oh, sorry guys. Please go through this, huh? So option available to bank for stress asset. Now what we can have? Recovery not always a loss. Bank may sometime nothing. Important strategy, timely and this. So we have three areas. First one is rectification. Regularize the regularization of account. आपका, so like let's say the penalties which we have made on that bank, we are waiving off, and if the customer is agreeing to pay the outstanding or the other things, or exit also can be taken. Restructuring, rephasing or realignment of payments. We are decreasing the EMI amount, increasing the loan tenure, and sorry, concession आपका, relaxation, additional finance also. Then final one is legal action, compromise or settlement, or the आपका write off also, right? So these are the options which are available to the bank. So let's go for these ones. Please read it out. So rectification आपका mechanism, sole banking exists a आपका difficult to execute. So withdraw, concession and priority आपका priorities, enforcing all loan covenants strictly, ignoring borrowers pledging, reduce आपका credit limit or declining request for excess drawing. Restructuring, concessional grant for the economic or legal reason, bank would not otherwise consider. Allowable concession, it is elongation of moratorium, repayment elongation, or rate reduction in these. Warning, no evergreen rule aapka, right? So financial viability must be established. Restructuring आपका unviable accounts to hide bad debts, invite the RBI supervisory action, can only apply to standard, substandard or doubtful asset, not separately affected. No retrospective आपका effect, sorry. Stress account, they become आपका doubt substandard in case of once they are, when once we do this restructuring. Recovery, the another one. So we have civil code आपका up to 10 lakh, 20 lakh, sorry. आपका plain signed by the authorized official of the civil code. Highly protected timelines. Final decree may take this much of time. So for this one, we passed the Debt Recovery Act 2019-93. We established DRTs and आपका DRAT and the other one. So 20 lakh and above, and NBFC can file asset more than 100 crores. Expired आपका summary suit, so applicant banks, the plaintiff of the आपका applicant bank. Lok Adalat up to 20 lakh, it is kind of a replacement of this. Dispute settlement governed by the Legal Service Authority 1987. DRT and DRAT convent adalats have no monetary ceiling also. Okay, if there is Lok Adalat which is आपका which is convented by the DRT and DRAT, so we can file cases more than this amount also. Then IPC 2016. So corporate insolvency and large defaulters, a single law ensuring the entity continue as going concern while protecting the creditors from the debtors harassment and others, right? SARFAESI is another one, especially for the secured asset आपका, which we generally have in this case. The last resort is compromise or write-off. So compromise mechanism is present value of compromise offer is higher than the present value of realizable security. Offer must be greater than the realizable security. Write-off आपका, we are showing as a, we are making a dent in our balance sheet. We are writing off the आपका asset as, we are showing it as a loss. We can have two type. One is आपका asset side in balance sheet. So bad debt set off against the NPA provision on the liability side. This clean up the balance sheet without आपका forgiving the debt. In profit and loss account, non-recoverable asset directly debited to profit and loss account. You are showing as a loss. Used only when the existing provision are insufficient in that particular case itself. Then guys, So these are the areas which are generally part of this particular one. COVID-19, that is the old one. Next one we have, the next module is all about this only. Implementation of आपका resolution plan. So RBI Prudential Framework for Resolution of Stress Asset, Independent Credit Evaluation. So आपका for a resolution plan involving restructuring or change in ownership, aggregate exposure is more than 100 crores, mandatory independent credit evaluation of the residual debt by the RBI authorized credit rating agencies. If it is in between 100 to 500, आपका 1 IC. When it is आपका more than 500, 2 ICs. So if RP will be considered for the implementation only if receive credit opinion from RP4, which is or better for the require of the number of CRAs. This part is also get covered in module D. This module D is all about the entire process only. CRAs are directly engaged by the lender, bank आपका, and bank pay them fee. If more ICs are obtained, then require all must be RP4 or the better for resolution plan to be implemented in that case. When a resolution plan considered implemented, RP without restructuring or change in ownership deemed immediately only if the borrower is not in default with any lenders or 180 day from the end of the review period. Any default after the period treated as fresh default. RP involving restructuring or change in ownership deemed implemented only if all the following conditions are satisfied. These are all related documentation आपका is completed. The new capital structure in that particular case reflected to all lenders and the borrowers. The borrowers is not in default with any lender itself. So that 180 days plan RP, you remember this one? Na? Recently we completed that module D. Even tomorrow when we'll go through that particular one, it will come in the picture also. So there is a complete one आपका 180 days plan. So when we are implementing this, when we got the buyers from for that particular one, that information based on the information memorandum and all, we go for the sale of that particular one, right? So the additional provision over and above provision is already held, and provision uh, required as per the asset classification status account, and total upper cap is 100% of outstanding. So basically it is 5%. Let's say standard asset secure we have 15%, so it is upper 5% plus. So that kind of provisioning is required in this particular case. Additional provision must be made all lenders having exposure to borrowers, and the provision are also required even the lender have initiated recovery proceeding unless recovery is fully completed. Then we have delayed implementation, 180 days from the end of the review period. Additional 20% provisioning will be there. Additional, apart from the asset classification. 365 days from the commencement of review period. 15% means आपका this 20 and plus this overall 35%. Provision is capped at 100% of total outstanding. Penalties can be reversed if the borrower clear all overdue for a continuous 6 month of period also. The next one, sale of financial asset. That liquidation wala part, we've hired the liquidator in case when RP does not work or CAIIB process and all. So sale of financial asset, eligible buyers, securities, securitization companies, reconstruction companies or other bank and NBFCs, mostly that bad bank concept or ARCs and all. Eligible आपका NPA standard is which is consortium setting and 75% agreement by the value in numbers. Evaluation mandate आपका exposure is more than 50 crores, required two external valuation report. Cost is borne by the bank. Discovery, ensure transparent price discovery by the e-auction platform and others. So that is something how we go for the liquidation of these particular asset itself. So with reference to RBI guidelines and current others, so bank are permitted to transfer a stress loan classified as SMA2 to ARC under the prudential framework subject to applicable resolution and provisioning. In case of consortium lending, sale of standard asset to ARC may आपका process if lender representing have at least 60% by value, नहीं कितना था 75% आपका ना, so आप 51%, 75%, right? It should be 75%. This is wrong. A bank purchasing an NPA from the another bank must generally hold the asset for minimum period आपका, which is 12 months. This is also true. So RBI transfer of loan exposure direction encourage transparent price discovery mechanism such as auctions and e-auctions platform for the sale of stress asset. For larger value stress exposure above the specific threshold, bank may require to obtain multiple आपका valuation or valuer, two valuer report आपका, right? This is two. 1 3 4 5. 1 3 4 5 means option B will be right answer. So threshold 60% in this number related to approval requirements, not specifically sale of this. Earlier norms is 75% threshold since the आपका this is the one. Okay, please do remember this. Next one. So stress asset NPA willful defaulter. Asset may be treated as stress even before an actual payment default occur if there is a reasonable certainty impending to default. Yes, stress asset. RBI prudential norms account classified NPA automatically treated as willful? No. Transfer of, we have will for willful defaulter also we have provision. Transfer of borrowed funds group companies without lender approval are constitute diversion. This is true. Next one is provisioning. PCR broadly आपका provision maintained by the bank against gross asset. तो provision आपका divide by gross asset. Bank are permitted to publish photograph of all categories, no, except आपका education loan 134. 134 means option A will be right answer for this particular one. Correct है? Yes. So statement 2 was incorrect. NPA classification and willful default classification disconnect concept. This is the one. And fourth, bank cannot आपका photographs in all defaulters. RBI guidelines prohibit from this, and even educational defaulters are also prohibited from this particular one. Correct. Next one. Non-cooperative borrowers and related credit risk management practices. Non-cooperative borrowers. A borrower may be classified as non-cooperative even before account is categorized as fraud, willful default, or NPA. Provide obstruct conduct of effective recovery established. Yes. Bank are generally expected to have board approval framework governing the identification, review, monitoring of stress and non-cooperative borrowers' behavior. Generally expected to have board approval policy in this. True hai. Third one is your independent director of borrowing company are ordinarily excluded from the scope of consequences attached to the classification of company non-cooperative borrowers. Independent director of a borrowing company, this is true. Fresh credit facilities sanctioned to entities connected with APA promoters or directors, non-cooperative borrowing company may attract APA prudential scrutiny and higher provisioning requirement. True है. Once a borrower is reported as non-cooperative to CRLC, classification become permanent. No, it can be reversed if they make the payment within 6 months or if there is a improvement in the overall payments and all. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 means option D should be right answer for this one. Na? Durgesh, yes. So RBI guideline permit आपका review and declassification where borrowers demonstrate restored credit discipline and cooperative conduct आपका. So this is generally depend on the appropriate committee reviews and all, right? Next one. So the regulatory and legal framework governing the stress asset in India. So under the present DRT, आपका generally entertain application of this amount 20 and above. True है. Proceeding initiated under SARFAESI frameworks allows secured creditor to enforce security interest without आपका court intervention. True है. Next one is registration of security interest with SARFAESI. SARFAESI strengthen the priority of the secured creditors over the others. True है. Under the IBC, the primary objective of liquidation of borrowers entity rather than the resolution. No, it is आपका toward the resolution plan. Technical write-off by bank automatically आपका existing with the borrower's legal liability toward the repayment of due. No, this is also wrong. 1, 2, 3 means option A. A will be right answer for this one. Correct here, everyone, guys. So A will be last two statement are wrong. In IBC 16, emphasis on insolvency resolution and preservation of the entity as a going concern. If this is wrong. Technical write-off is mainly accounting state adjustment. It does not extinguish the borrower's liability and bank may continue recovery efforts even after the write-off also, right? So that's why this is the correct statement. Next one. So based on RBI guidelines, publishing on photograph of willful defaulter. Publish आपका photograph of all willful defaulter include. First of all, it should not be all आपका, right? Education wala case or the other one also, no? The bank must have board approval policy clearly define the publishing this. Yes. Photograph of non-whole-time directors, whole-time directors, non-whole-time directors आपका can be published only special conditions specified by the RBI. No, it is not आपका actually. It should not be actually. The bank cannot publish photograph of education loan in this. Photograph of any other defaulting borrowers who not declare willful defaulter should not be published. So 245, no, 245. What we have to find out correct statement. We do not have 245 here. Photograph of non 2345 means A should be, if A photograph of non full-time director can be published only, this then statement C third should be right na. Sorry guys, it is generally आपका they are not, it is not allowed, but it is mention आपका specific condition by RBI met, then आपका तो 2345 to then आपका A should be right answer ना. Last 20 minute आपका sorry this class study class has stopped. Shudha ma'am, that last 23 minutes आपका we did practice. There was some issue with the application only, huh? So that class is simultaneously streaming on YouTube also. So if you have watched till that one, so for the practice you can watch there only, right, ma'am? Done, guys. Next one. Based on the areas आपका stress asset related regulatory practices, resolution plan involving restructuring or change in ownership of borrower for borrower's account with aggregate exposure of 1500 crores require two independent evaluation from the RBI authorized credit rating agencies. If lender voluntarily obtain आपका more independent credit evaluation, then minimum mandated numbers in the resolution plan can still आपका implemented even one of the additional evaluation is below the prescribed benchmark, provide mandatory minimum evaluation satisfy the benchmark. uh, First of all, it should be all आपका ना, all this is minimum आपका prescribed selection. If one of the additional evaluation is below the prescribed benchmark, mandatory evaluation satisfy the benchmark to provide the mandatory minimum evaluation. This should be wrong, right? What do you suggest, guys? Sudha ma'am, you got this one? If not, please do ping me on WhatsApp, I'll share, huh? In restructuring based resolution plan, आपका implementation is considered complete only after documentation is executed. Revised loan terms are reflected in the book of lender and thus true है. Under RBI prudential framework, failure to implement the viable आपका resolution plan within 365 days from the date of default, cumulative additional provisioning of 35% overall means basically it is not additional, it is overall आपका 30 and plus this cumulative, this is आपका true then, where the resolution is आपका pursued under the IBC, lender may reverse the entire additional provisioning immediately upon the insolvency application. No, it is 50% आपका, not the entire, so it is 50%. This is also wrong na. So 134 A will be, A must be right answer for this one. So if lender obtain more ICs, then the minimum required all such evaluation meet the prescribed benchmark आपका currently RB4 or better. That was the provision for this one. ठीक है, Raman ji sir, Durgesh sir, very good, well done. Next one, guys. With reference to RBI prudential MSME stress resolution in this, you have to find out the correct one. So आपका the lender are required to recognize stress asset this we have discussed क्या earlier also. Willful defaulter and fraud account are automatically eligible for restructuring under RBI norms. At least 75% lender value with a resolution. This should be wrong, na? Willful defaulter and fraud accounts are not eligible. They are not eligible actually. In MSME restructuring, additional finance granted under the viable resolution plan may be treated differently from the existing stress asset exposure. Yes, true है. The new loan आपका and additional provisioning also will be required. Under the insolvency and bankruptcy framework, inter-creditor agreements approved by the lender representing the prescribed voting threshold can become binding on descending financial creditors. Under this bankruptcy, inter-corporate agreements approved by the lenders, that is in dissenting orders. This is true. RBI prudential norms prohibit any restructuring of standard asset. No, this is wrong. 134. Option C. Yes, very good. Durgesh sir, Ramanji sir, well done, guys. So, willful defaulter and fraud accounts are generally not eligible for restructuring. Fraud accounts especially face आपका straight and restrictions. Last one, RBI permit restructuring even for the standard asset also, right? That generally comes under this particular one. Next one. Next question, guys. Okay. Now, next unit. Final unit आपका for the day, right? So I'll be requiring your 25 to 25 minute आपका, ठीक है? So first we will be going through the all the concept part, the important concept areas, and then we will be आपका practicing the set of question. Is it fine now? Ramanji sir, Durgesh sir, who is this? Bhavitra ma'am. ठीक है, we have already uploaded PDF. ठीक है, so please go through those one. Just do not download, just go through and study the content also. Ramanji sir, we can continue because you and Durgesh sir is there, what I can see. So yes, so 25 आपका resolution of stress asset under IBC. So we have entire 180 days आपका resolution plan. So which include definition of insolvency and bankruptcy. Insolvency, inability to pay when that is defined by any law, that is bankruptcy. The code is applicable to आपका, like we have two part 2 and part 3 accordingly. Legal element of the code, paradigm shift, corporate insolvency resolution process, and then we have liquidation process, pre-pack आपका insolvency resolution process for MSMEs. It is similar to CIRP, but here आपका the management remains same. The borrowers management who generally run this particular one, but in case of CIRP आपका we appoint COC appoint us आपका new management for this one. So they must maintain कि there is a continuity in the business and all, right? So insolvency, nature of financial situation or state of being. When it comes to bankruptcy or legal recognition of insolvency is being beyond the resolution. So that generally comes under this particular one, right? A debtor is adjudged as means by law it is defined as by the adjudicating authority after passing the bankruptcy orders, right? So insolvency and your the areas. Now paradigm shift आपका earlier, basically the old regime was corporate bankruptcy was decided across a complex web of multiple laws. Borrowers could prolong the process and escape the legal action. Basically, and this is a normal tendency also. If the recovery will delay, the chances of getting money आपका recovered is become lesser, right? So original promoters retain the आपका control on the asset also or the company itself. ठीक है? The original promoters, they only were the running the business even during the आपका this default period and all. So now with IBC reforms, what we did, IBC regime आपका appoint
upon appointment of interim resolution professionals IRP, the take over as CEO and आपका CEO of the corporate debtors, means of the borrowing company. Upon formation of आपका committee of creditors, they supersede the board of directors. Now they will be taking decision about the business. Original promoter and related parties are explicitly barred from the आपका bidding for the resolution. They do not have आपका decision making power in the resolution plan, effectively stripping the ownership and management from the defaulting promoters. So that is something which is generally part of this. ठीक है? हाँ 100% same. This is आपका in BRBL also what you have read ना 100% same आपका. Who mentioned this? Shubhajit sir आपका. Yes, Shubhajit sir, answer is yes for your query. So when it comes to if you have read this particular in BRBL na, definitely this will help you. That will help you. So applicability आपका, and ma'am is a lawyer, she will be able to explain these things आपका in more detail. So part 2 आपका applicability, which is applicable to companies, LLPs and others, personal guarantor to corporate debtors and any other body incorporated under the law, right? When it comes to part 3, it is आपका partnership firm and proprietorship firm as well as individuals and others. So that generally comes under this applicability of this law itself, right? So now when it comes to the overall areas आपका, here we have the areas. ठीक है? So the legal elements of the code IBC 16, IBC framework which have legal element, regulatory in this. So we have IBBI, it act as a regulator, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. Insolvency professional agencies, they are registered with IBBI, and insolvency professional including interim resolution professionals and resolution professionals. Okay? They are generally part of this. So information utilities, we have financial creditors, bank आपका, the lenders, operational creditors. Okay? These are like, let's say, the vendors, suppliers and all. Okay? They have some dues with that particular company. Key institution, we have COC, Committee of Creditors, and the corporate debtors, the borrowers itself, right? When it comes to educating authorities, judiciary, so we have NCLT and NCLAT. So for the corporate cases, आपका, we have NCLT, and these cases can be appealed in आपका NCLAT. When it comes to recovery, for the individual in partnership, so DRT, and they are generally they can appeal in your DRAT. For all these Supreme Court is the authority, the supreme authority. Yeah. So beyond this we cannot challenge the areas, right? So this is something which generally comes under this particular one, right? So the areas, IBBI, regulatory, insolvency professionals, the frontline warriors implementing the IBC, licensed professionals undertaking the role of IRP, RP, liquidator, bankruptcy, trustee. They handle आपका end-to-end process in this case. Insolvency professional agencies, registered bodies responsible for promoting professional standards among IPs. Then we have information utilities, reservoirs of the financial information from bank, financial institution and others. Information is authenticated आपका with counterparties acceptable by the central API also. So that is something which generally comes under this one. Financial creditors, the lenders. So have lent money without rate transaction. They form the COC, Committee of Creditors. Voting power is proportionate to their exposure itself. Operational creditors supply good or services, made advances, have only observatory roles in this particular case. The areas, basically when it comes to quorum require COC meetings. Like if there, let's say if there are 10 people, or like let's say 100 people, 33 people must be there in that meeting, right? मेजॉरिटी आपका रिक्वायर फॉर अ रूटीन मैटर 51% आपका वोट काउंट इज मस्ट. मेजॉरिटी रिक्वायर्ड आपका 66% इन केस ऑफ क्रिटिकल मैटर्स इंक्लूडिंग रिप्लेसमेंट ऑफ IRP विद द RP itself. 90% super majority required for withdrawal of application under section 12A itself. So that is something which generally comes under this particular one. Correct, guys? So this we have already discussed regulatory areas and all. I have kept the detailed notes also. Please do visit these particular thing at least once and twice. That will help you, right? Now, initiating the corporate insolvency and a resolution plan, CIRP. That is the one. So the trigger आपका initiation when corporate debtors default on 1 crores and more can be filed by the आपका financial creditors, operational creditors or the credit आपका that borrower itself, ठीक है, the borrowing company itself before the NCLT, ठीक है, corporate debtors आपका. So immediate आपका control IRP, it will go to IRP proposed by the applicant. The IRP immediately take control of all the assets as an ongoing concern concept of business. The power of the board of directors stand suspended instantly. Then आपका the memorandum NCLT declare the memorandum from the date of commencement within 180 days. Everything will be done. Then here there are some guidelines. Institution of new suit or आपका continuation of pending any lawsuit on the company. Transfer आपका income encumbrance of disposal of any asset और आपका मतलब these are the restrictions. Absolute bar against आपका transfer, encumbrance और disposal of assets. Foreclosure, recovery or enforcement under SARFAESI. Recovery of property by an owner or lessor where the credit debtors is in possession also. So these are kind of a restriction. Immediately we will NCLT will declare आपका and these will be the restriction. There is no new lawsuit can be filed and other kind of things that cannot take place in that particular one, right? So the entire process, this is something very very important one, guys. So this we have discussed just now. The areas आपका we have this area. Must come here. Just a minute, huh, guys. अभी तो टाइम नहीं हुआ मुझको सोने का. Sit down, sit down. Okay, so when it comes to your resolution plan, so these are the during the memorandum, moratorium, आपका the following are prohibited that we have discussed. Resolution plan must provide for payment of insolvency resolution process cost, payment of liquidation value, management of affairs of the borrowers, and आपका time limit is 180 days. Now this 180 days is further divided. This is आपका T means आपका interim resolution professionals. We have commencement of CIRP within T+3 working days आपका, ठीक है. Public announcement inviting claim published on IBBI or your corporate debtors website and to newspaper also. Submission of claim by these आपका different lenders within T+14. Verification of claim T+21. Then आपका T+30 first meeting of COCs with 5 days notice. आपका 5 days आपका prior notice we have to do this particular one, right? Then आपका T+47 appointment of registrar valuer, registered valuer who will be doing the valuation of the asset and liabilities. Submission of information memorandum containing all the information about assets and liabilities or the stake of different users in that company. Publish Form G, invitation for the expression of interest, who want to buy that particular company or invest in that company. Then final list of resolution, then COC resolution plan T plus 165, finally final approvals and all. This is the one positive case. Positive case means if we do not find any this one, let's say day 75, if we are not getting any day 75 to 115 days, 115 days, if we are not getting any buyers interested in that particular business, then we have to go for the liquidation. To CI, when it comes to IBC, it is more toward to the resolution part. We want to save that particular business basically, right? So we want to save that particular business so that we can like we can run that particular one on the areas itself. So the entire areas आपका. Now information memorandum, it is information about asset and liabilities, आपका audited financial statement, list of creditors, claim, and this. It is all information about the corporate debtors. All information related to the corporate debtors, which is generally included in this particular one. Now, this is also expression of interest, who cannot bid in that particular company's auction. Okay? So there are some people which are barred from the participating in that CIRP process. So section 29A आपका ineligible person, to prevent defaulting promoters from buying back the company at a discount rate. आपका, so we have the areas. Please do remember this one, bit important, right? So it include आपका discharge as आपका insolvent or willful defaulters, promoters management आपका, then we have convict any criminal offense, disqualification under Companies Act, SAIIB, person prohibited by SAIIB from trading, preferential undes and other areas, right? So these are the people who generally prohibited by the like for participating in this expression of interest, right? They cannot show their interest in this particular one. Then है, so must come here, come here. Come this way. Okay, come this way. Then guys, then we have the CIRP failures. The educating authority NCLT provide liquidation if no resolution plan is received by the RP. So if a receipt plan failed to secure 66% of approval vote from the COC also, right? So this is the another condition आपका. Then we have in that particular case creditor mandate, creditors representing 66% of outstanding financial debt resolve resolve the liquidate the CD at the time before the preparation of information memorandum. They can they can send they can file this kind of request also with a vote power of 66%. Plan contravention, any stakeholders default or deviate from the term of previously approved this one, or आपका CIRP contravention, the CD आपका contravenes the CIRP process by any person prejudicially affected by the applied directly for the liquidation also, right? This is something like when it is not working, how we can go for the liquidation of that particular company. If we are going for liquidation, so these are some important areas. This is the last resort when CIRP fail. Common trigger COC to approve the resolution plan. 66% of financial creditors can push liquidation for the liquidation. Same RP usually appointed as liquidator. आपका IRP within 3 days of claim and 11 days. Liquidation public announcement आपका by liquidator within 15 days. The timeline also, which is generally part of this particular one, correct? Now, when we are आपका stakeholder consultation committee, so when we are going for this liquidation, so these committees or their team and others, they ask many times, please do remember these one. So when we are forming the committee, stakeholders consultation committee, SCC, So the constitution rule, liquidator constitute SEC within 60 days from the commencement date based on the stakeholders list to advise the professional appointments, remuneration, sale strategy. Advice passed by the 66% vote. Liquidator can deviate but must record within the reason in the next resort itself. Now here, when we will be forming this committee, secured financial creditors, they will be having number of representative, right? If they have claim less than 50% of total liquidation value, 2 representative, otherwise आपका 4 representative, more than 50%. Unsecured आपका 25% and more than 25% too. Operational creditors आपका less than 25%, 1 and more this. Workmen and employees 1 representative. Government 1 representative. Shareholders are partners 1 representative in आपका SCC, which is generally part of this particular one, right? Then now liquidators authority and reporting. So core power of duties of liquidators. Then we appoint the liquidators. Acquire custody and control of all asset, आपका properties and actionable claim. Verify the business. Just a minute, I guess. Then we carry on the business of the credit debtors on beneficial liquidation. Sell immovable or movable properties. Draw except in these areas. Mandatory आपका report to NCLT. This is bit important. Preliminary report within 45 days. Detail आपका capital structure, asset liabilities and this. Asset memorandum within 75 days. Progress report, first report within 15 days from the quarter end. Detailed stakeholders list आपका settlement this. In quarter 4 it is आपका automatically included for the entire years, so it is not specifically required. Sale report and the final report submitted prior आपका dissolution in others, right? So that generally comes under in this entire process itself. Now when it comes to valuation of the we require two valuer method basically. While we are doing the valuation of the asset and liabilities, so two valuer will be required, and like if there is a major differences in valuation of both, so we have to appoint the third one. That is something which is mentioned in this particular one. Correct है? Valuation, then आपका liquidation. ठीक है? So priority of distribution. Then we getting money and we are distributing in this particular one. So process cost first, whatever cost we have incurred in that entire liquidation things. Then secured creditors, employees, workmen basically. Then employees dues आपका. Unsecured debt, government securities, government and deficit, any payroll and other things. Remaining debt, preference shares and आपका equity shareholders. ठीक है? So this is something how we are distributing the entire money itself. Then so this is all about your CIRP. Now for MSMEs, we have pre-packaged insolvency. The one game is in case of CIRP, the position which generally the management get changed आपका, but here management is still आपका in the hand of the MSME itself, right? So debtor in position here, in that case creditor was in position, here debtor in position, right? So unlike CIRP, which forcefully transfer the management to resolution professionals, creditor and controls, PIRP allows stress MSME to management to retain operational control while working out the turnaround plan. So strictly applicable threshold 1 crores and require 3 years cool off period from the from any previous PIRP or CIRP. Then CIRP is filed within 14 days of PIRP and 14 days of this. Initial आपका corporate debtors with 66% of affirmative vote from the financial creditors. If the corporate debtor has no official creditors, initiation requires 75% of stress resolution majority from the stakeholders and others. The journey is we have 120 days, that was for 180 days. That can be extended till 365 days, but this is our time bound only, right? So 0 to 2 days after submission of plan under the PIRP section 29A, apply आपका defaulters can participate. MSME defaulters must submit based on the resolution plan RP within a mere 2 days of the PIRP. Then आपका resolution professionals exactly 90 days from the date of commencement to submit COC approvals to NCLT. The entire pre-packaged insolvency process must be completed within 120 days from the commencement. There are absolutely no extension permitted in that case. Okay, that is 180 days and that can be extended for 365 days also. Here आपका right 330 days, sorry. आपका it is 330 days. So it is आपका 1 crore by corporate debtors, post approvals आपका, and it is by financial creditors, operational creditor or corporate debtors, debtor in position, creditor in position 120 days and 180 days extension up to max 330 days based on the plans directly submitted by CD. Corporate debtor is the initiator. Expression of interest invite from the prospective applicants. 66% can opt for termination, 66%, 90%. And आपका promoters rule, if promoter do not dilute equity as a part of the resolution, COC must record the reason. No such condition in this case. Okay. So this is all about this. Now, like, let's practice the question also. Okay, Ramanji sir and Durgesh sir, Nagamali sir is saying option C. A pre-packaged insolvency resolution process presently available for MSMEs under the IBC. Operational creditor are entitled voting right in committee of creditors. No. Financial creditors, they have this. NCLT, educating authority for insolvency corporate person, including the LLPs. True है. Under the current insolvency framework, resolution applicant declare willful defaulters under this one, become ineligible for this one. This is also correct. Information utilities function आपका information in this is also correct. 1 3 4 5 100% true. Option C is the right answer for this one. Next one, guys. So CIRP may be initiated if the may be initiated even if the borrower account is not classified NPA, provided a qualifying default has occurred. Yes. Minimum default threshold is for this 1 crore. True है. The next one is a COC can replace IRP with 66%, not less than 66%. This is also true, right? The next one is a person whose invoke guarantee remain unpaid can become resolution applicant. No. The next one is under the current CIRP framework, memorandum prohibit fresh recovery proceeding in this. True. 1235. 1235 means option B will be right answer for this particular one. Very good, Ramanji sir. So option B will be correct answer for this. Easy one, I guess. Right. Next one. Okay. Answer this question, guys. So tomorrow we will be doing module D. It will take around 4 hours. By 11 or 11:30, we will be completing module D. Next 2 days, I'll be doing आपका BFM, that the revision one. Then Saturday, if you want, I can take one another आपका comprehensive revision. Otherwise, like now we have done enough with this subject. So 2 days I'll give to the BFM. Then one day you can revise things. You will get some fresh mind also, right? So then आपका accordingly we can work. ठीक है guys, everyone. So anyhow we have to complete this tomorrow. So this is आपका under the IBC committee of creditors may decide to liquidate the corporate debtors anytime during the CIRP at आपका 66% vote of this resolution plan. Just now we talk about this. A secured creditors choosing to realize security interest outside the liquidation under section 52 must inform liquidator and company this. This is something like, let's say if they're secure creditors, they can like before forming that one, they can go with individually with their own plan. But mostly creditors, they do not go with that one because that if they go individually, it take time. With this is a time bound things, right? So the third one is liquidator is legally bound to follow every recommendations of the stakeholders consultation committee approved by 66% members. Liquidators आपका there should not be any liquidate आपका legal foundation, right? The the claim submitted financial creditors in liquidation proceeding can be supported through the record of information utilities in this. True है. Under the present IBC framework, liquidator is required to verify claim and may either admit or reject wholly or partially after giving the reason for the writing. Yes. 1245 means option B should be right answer for this. Very good, sir. Right. So stakeholder consultation committee only advise the liquidator. Its recommendations are not binding. If the liquidator disagree, reason must be recorded in writing and reflect the progress of report itself. Right. Next one. So liquidation process regulation. Asset owned by third party but merely held in possession of the corporate debtors are generally excluded from the liquidation estimate by covered by the avoidance transaction provision. Liquidator may sell corporate debtors as going concern. Liquidator may sell the corporate debtors as going concern if mode of sale considered beneficial for the maximizing ACA value maximization. The preliminary report and asset memorandum are both ordinary required to the prepared within 75 days from the liquidation commencement. Liquidator prohibit from counting the business operation, sorry, continuing the business. No, that is they are ACA continuing the business, going concern concept, ongoing concern. So progress report are required to include detail relating to avoidance of application in department in the this That is also true. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5 means option A. Very good, Durgesh sir, Ramanji sir. Option A only will be right answer for this one. So, liquidator expressly empower under the section 35 of IBC to continue the business of the corporate debtors for its beneficial liquidation so that we can maximize the value of that business. A transaction enter into at significantly undervalued consideration outside the ordinary course of business may be challenged as undervalued transaction even no fraudulent intent is established. This is true. If secured creditors enforce security outside the liquidation and still suffer a shortfall, the unpaid balance rank unsecured financial creditors. No, if they are not part of that one, if they are not following the CIRP, then they'll not have this kind of things, I guess. This should be wrong, right? The liquidator may conduct a private sale of the perishable or rapidly destroying assets subject to restrictions relating to the related parties and all. A distribution of liquidation process can begin immediately after realization of asset if listed stockholders have not yet filed APA before the adjudicating authority. Distribution of liquidation process can begin immediately after realization of asset. Even no. First, all stakeholders should be APA notified. Under the current regulation, liquidation is ordinary, expected to be completed within 1 year from the liquidation commencement date, and this is also true, right? So 135. 135 means again option A should be right answer for this particular one. Very good, guys. Next one. PIRP and CIRP. PPIRP and CIRP, pre-package insolvency resolution, and CIRP, and you have to find out the correct one. PPIRP is available only to corporate MSMEs under the Companies Act or LLPs, thus not for partnership in this. True hai. Second one is the minimum default threshold is 10 lakh. No, it is up a 1 crore. While the threshold for the regular CIRP, no, it is for both, it is 1 crore, right? For both आपका it is 1 crore. Under the PPIRP, existing management generally continue to run the affair of the company. In CIRP, yes, this is true, correct here. Approval of the resolution plan under the CIRP and PRP require not less than 66% vote. Aapka, this is also correct. Committee of Creditors, COCs. If the base resolution plan under the PIRP does not impair claim of operational creditors, Committee of Creditors may approve it without investing आपका completing resolution plan. If base resolution plan under the PPIRP does not impair claim of operational creditors, the committee of the creditors may approve without inviting the completing resolution plan. This should be correct, right? In case of PPIRP, this should be correct. 1, 3, 4, 5. 1, 3, 4, 5. No. Acha, हाँ. Option D. What do you suggest, guys? Yes. Very good. Option D. The only statement incorrect was the current default आपका threshold initiative for both आपका, whether it is PIRP or PPIRP or CIRP, it is आपका 1 crores, right? So this is it, guys. So this is all about your module C, all the important subtopics which we have gone through this, and I hope you enjoy the practice and you get things आपका. We did complete new set of questions. though these questions, the motive of these statement based question is to revise well your all the subtopic label and all, right? Because if I'll come up with a small question, so it will be very difficult. I know this is bit like whenever you go for continuous आपका statement based question, it is something you got exhausted with those particular one, your brain will start draining. But eventually this will help you in the revision part, especially when we are close to examination. All right, chalo. So now I'll see you tomorrow, guys, for module D. So in next session we will be discussing our module D, which is all about the compliances. And we will be completing the entire module D also, right? So next 2 days I'll be doing BFM. Then one day I'll give you for the exam revision and others. Then after Sunday onwards, again BFM things will start, right? So this is it from my side. I'll upload this PDF just after 10 minutes. I'll convert into the PDF and all. So you can access from the application. You can download from there also, right? So this is it, guys. Thank you for joining this session. Thank you for watching this session. See you tomorrow, guys. Bye bye. Take care all. Good night.